Get your record. Come on, breathe. Morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Wednesday. It is day 3 of the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, and we are underway with day 2 of the boys under 14s. I'll get my breath back. Bradillian Academy against Uppingham Boys School to start with. These two teams grafted hard yesterday to book their place on the second day. And that is the opening score of the game. That didn't take long at all. Turnover ball sliding on the wet surface. Make it good, make it glamorous, 5-0. Brazilian Academy scoring the first try, missing the first conversion, and they lead 5-0. Uppingham, chance to strike back, diminutive, beautiful ball carrying footwork. And now they go around the outside. A little bit scrappy and a knock-on. We're going to see a few of those today. The rain's eased off, but it's hosed it down all night. So it's a greasy surface. Bradillian Academy yesterday wins over King's Ely, Worth School, Thomas's Battersea. They didn't concede a try in their first 3 games, and then they lost to Sedbergh. No shame in that. Sedbergh will be on this pitch a little bit later. Conceded 3 tries in a 21-7 defeat. For Bradillian, they too had wins over King's Ely, Worth School, Thomas's Battersea. And then Uppingham wins over Woodhouse Grove, Windsor Boys. Then they had a walkover over Newton Abbot College and a defeat to Ysgol Gyfun Bromoganog. So that brings them into the plate. It's the boys under 14s plate and cup on the pitch today. Oh, that's an excellent break, but the ball's gone forward. Despite the conditions, still trying to play here. Has to be admired. Good invention from the youngsters. Oh, flying out of the tackle, looking to make the big shot. And then outside we go, covering on the flank. Uppingham looking to get their first try up, but they've been turned over, and excellently so too. 5-0 Bradillian Academy in game number 1 of the day in the boys under 14 plate. And these two will have finished second in their group that's got them qualification for this. Oh, as that's gone forward. And Uppingham School turning it over again. So all boys games in the first session today. As I mentioned, we've got the under-14 Boys Cup and Plate. And we've got the under-16s as well, the Colts. No, now they go away. Wasn't much space up the blind side, but they managed to find it, and they're going to go under the sticks as well. We are level with the kick to come, and you've got to expect Uppingham to take the lead from here. 5 minutes until, 5 minutes gone since kickoff, 2 minutes till half-time. Rodillion 5, Uppingham 5. Great contest. And the good conversion as well. Oh, it's such a good try. There were 3 defenders there, but just a little switch off, coming inside, leaving that space up the short side. One little mistake punished. And Uppingham into the lead. Great contest, this. Oh, good restart, and Rodillion let it bounce, and there's a real scramble for it on the floor. Rodillion over it. And then winning the penalty too. There's a delay. And now Rodillion. Up over halfway they come. Finding the space on the edge. Oh, excellent work. Great strength, great fend, but a committed tackle sends him into the exhibitors stand. I think he's going to meet the team from VO cameras. And with that, the referee's whistle's gone. And the players go in for half-time. What a game. Rodillion 5, Uppingham 7. Second half underway, first game of the day. Rodillion on the ball, open the scoring, but they find themselves a conversion behind. Really physical out there. A lot of shirt tackles. Yeah, these young men, the under-14s, not quite filling the jerseys, which means their opponents can get a handful of them and use them to lasso, garrote, whatever they need to do to make the tackle. And knock on there from Rodillion. And it'll be Uppingham ball. Decent crowd here, gathering early on for a Wednesday. It'll build as the day goes. As I mentioned before, it's been raining this morning, but dry at the moment. If it stays like this, we'll have another good day's rugby. Well, we'll have a good day's rugby regardless. Uppingham. Oh, it's a nicely timed pass. And now there could be an overlap, but the pass isn't made. Tunnel vision. They're thinking about those delicious meat pies, these young Uppingham boys. Now is there a gap? Oh, there might be. The stop, the go, the footwork's good, but the tackle matches it. There's an offload. And eventually Uppingham go over for try number 2. Brazilian tackling so well, but in this sevens game it's brutal. You concede half a metre with every contact. Eventually you're going to be under your sticks, and that's where they find themselves. Conversion unsuccessful. Brazilian 5, Uppingham 12. Let's take another look at this. I think if Uppingham realise how much width they've got, then they could score a hatful of tries. However, they've gone up the jumper, and so far it's working. Short kick off. Oh, Brazilian knocked on one way, then the other. Again, there's a big short side here, 17-18 metres, and that's the way that Uppingham decide to attack. Big hitch kick. And then a high tackle as well. Uppingham on their way. Nice pass into space, a dummy inside, a missed tackle, and a try for Uppingham. Yeah, that dummy just sowing enough doubt in the defender. And after a shaky start, Uppingham really taking control of this game. Worthy of their lead. Conversion not great, but that's fine. They lead 17 points to 5. And this time they do exploit the space. This little pump on the pass here, creating space for the big man on the flank, and then he throws an inside dummy. I think they'll be disappointed to slide off that tackle. Got to remember, these boys have got a 4 days rugby in their legs already, so it's a real test of not just skill but stamina out here today at the National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. Bit of time left though for Brazilian, but if they're going to get something, they need to score sharpish. Doing well to stay in field there, and now bringing it back out to the left-hand side. And the handling, their worst enemy right now. Up the short side, go Uppingham. Into the 22, go Uppingham. Great meters after contact. Strong leg drive. Brazilian Academy being stretched defensively. They're man for man here, but you've still got to make your tackles. Oh, smart dummy, good work, but Brazilian wise to it. They need to get over this ball. Oh, perhaps could have got himself there, but now Uppingham, oh, one more pass could do it. What a tackle, what a turnover. Brave, gutsy defending from the Brazilian boys. Still 2 scores down. Oh, and a little knock on. Kills the momentum. That's the sound of squelching boots. Makes its way past us. If you are coming tonight or today, then make sure. Oh, here we go. Try straight from the base. And Uppingham put it beyond any doubt into the last minute. Yes, if you are tuning in first thing and you're going to come down today, make sure you wear suitable footwear, wellies or walking boots or rugby boots, because the thoroughfares around the pitches, even though the surfaces are holding up well, conversion's good, 24-5. The thoroughfares are what could loosely be described as boggy. Here's a replay of this try here. Uppingham boys doing well to hold the Rodillion boys in. Really difficult to defend. Good try. And a great response from going down from Rodillion. 24 points to 5 they lead. Looking like they're getting their day 2 off to a great start. Oh, they might pinch this kickoff as well. Don't overrun it, catch it. Free kick. Decent tackle, and Uppingham, well, after try number 5, but Rodillion Academy managing to turn the ball over again. They've got 2-on-1 here, and instead they've got inside. That's a lovely dummy, but he's going to have to go on his own when he had players in support. Rodillion up to halfway. Great counter from Uppingham. Sensational. What a turnover. But a little bit too keen. Clock's in the red, and this could well be the last play, and the last play will be a powerhouse try by Uppingham. Under the sticks they go. And this will be an excellent win from Uppingham to get their plate competition up to the perfect start. Full time, Uppingham 31, Rodillion Academy 5. Oh, it's Wednesday. It's a big day in the boys under 14s, and this is Cup Group A. Sedba School in the brown against Ysgol Gyffin Bro Morgannwg. Bro Morgannwg yesterday beat Tunbridge, beat Torquay boys, beat Wimbledon College, and beat Uppingham 47-21 against Uppingham. Sedba 26-0 against Abingdon. They beat Bow Hunt School Wokingham 19-5, Kingsbridge Community College 31-12, and Meridian Academy 21-7. So they're in the cup, they're in Group A, and Bro Morgano get us underway. First touch for Sedbergh. Oh, and that's a great start. The dummy selling the man, the explosion of pace into the 22. Round another defender. The support arrives. I mean, Bro Morgano have got back so well in numbers, but Sedbergh, oh, have they grounded that? No! Oh, the defence, unbelievable. Ysgol Gyfi and Bro Morgano have somehow saved this score. I feel as though if Sedbergh had pinned their ears back, they'd have made that. Instead, the stop, the go, the cover tackle, astonishing. And the score remains 0-0. Well, what a start. Burning lungs already. And Bro Morgano looking to get out of their own 22. Oh, that'll do it. Great challenge on the edge. And the offload too. These boys can play. Bro Morgano on the ball, looking to find an edge around the outside of Sedbergh. Jackal turnover coming in, Sedbergh penalty. We can say hello to our first special guest of the day, Director of Rugby at Cardiff Met University, Daniel Milton. How are you?
Very well, Dave. How are you?
Yeah, first time I've called you Daniel formally. Business or pleasure today?
Oh no, purely pleasure. Just come up to have a little look around. Obviously we've got the tent over there with some of our students doing some bits and pieces, and today and Friday just an opportunity to have a wander around and really enjoy the Rosslyn Park experience.
You brought the weather with you?
Absolutely. never rains in Wales, Dave.
No, it doesn't. I bet you when you got over the Severn Bridge you were absolutely fuming. So 0-0 here. This is Sedbergh versus Bro Morgano in the blue. You can tell me where they're based, if you know.
Yeah, I do. They're school just outside Cardiff in Barry.
Okay.
Part of the Vale of Glamorgan. So good rugby school, Welsh-speaking school, and got a lot of good students who've come through the programme.
They have just pulled off one of the best pieces of try-line defence I've seen all week. So this is a proper battle. Both of these teams undefeated yesterday. The under-14s have split off into cup and plate. And this is the cup competition, so the very best teams. As you well know, being the director of rugby at such a prestigious rugby institution as Cardiff Metropolitan, as Sedbergh set off at the left-hand side. Oh, he's putting boot to ball. He wants a foot race. It's a good one. He's going to get there as well. Will he ground the ball? Oh, what a score! What a score to open proceedings.
Fantastic try there, and just to see the pace that he put into it, also recognising that foot race that he wanted to get into with a little kick ahead, and gathered that in the conditions fantastically well, and what a score.
We've got the conversion to come. But before we saw that brilliant try, the thing that I was going to ask you about was, for these guys now, you've got the boys in blue from just outside the Welsh capital. Great strike. Oh, unlucky. And then you've got Sedbergh from up in Cumbria, almost polar opposites of the country. Now your team plays nationally every week. You know, you travel down to Exeter, you go up to Durham, and playing players and teams from different cultures, different environments is so good for these players, and this is an opportunity for them to do it here, where they might not get to do it week in, week out.
No, I think the whole Rosslyn Park experience, and actually the teams to travel, staying away, the independence that brings, the excitement, being part of, you know, such a prestigious competition, it is really, really exciting. And, you know, you look here, we're likely to have boys from both Sedbergh and Bro Morgano come into our programme at the university, and probably the rugby programme. Lovely
ball through the middle. Great timing of the run. And the cavalry arrives too. It's messy at the breakdown, which we'd expect today. A lot of rain overnight and a heavy surface, but these Sedbergh boys from up in Cumbria are used to these conditions, and they're away at the left-hand side again. I love that stop and go. And the wherewithal to offload. Skill level of these under-14s.
Dave, I was just going to say, you look there from that turnover and the ability for Sedbergh to gain, that shape, get that width on the ball, and the quality of their passing from right to left there really, really gave them another fantastic scoring opportunity. And unfortunately, like you say, the conditions just made it a little difficult there.
Well, they're dealing with the conditions well so far. It's around the festival. The vista is vast, and there is plenty of rugby in every direction, but our concentration on this RE1 pitch and an explosion of pace up the right-hand side. And Bromo Ganog aren't going to stop him going under the sticks either. Fantastic finish to double the lead.
And, I suppose that's what you get with sevens, isn't it? If you've got that genuine pace, that ability there to take your man on one-on-one and round him, and on a pitch like this, probably one of the bigger pitches here at Rosslyn, that was that opportunity, and he's taken it. Another great score.
And the conversion's good too. Minute and a half to go in the first half. Sedbergh 12, Bromwell 0. So you've got a group of people up here then?
Yeah, so we've brought not just some of our staff, we brought some of our students, some of our strength and conditioning students who are going around doing competitions and bringing the boys in on the bench press and some of the other bits and pieces just to have a little go at. And then we've got some of our sports media students, a real popular course at the moment.
They come up.
And they're doing interviews and going around and just trying to generate a little bit of interest for everybody here at Rosslyn Park. And it's a great experience for our students to have the opportunity on this work-based placement to do it.
Oh, coming up. But basically, I always say with Cardiff Met, they are creating fully tooled up media droids to put me out of work. So
I certainly think it's been since Cardiff Met Sport TV and the board.
If he finishes this off, it'll be some score, but the chase is good. But it's still with Bromo Ganog. Can they get something on the board before half-time? It's a lovely pick-up off the toes with a wet ball. Now, big chance. And they've not had many, so they're going to need to take advantage of this. It's getting physical over there. And the referee spotting a knock-on. Unlucky.
Certainly trying to bring a level of physicality to the game, Bromo Ganog, but Sedbergh held up well there with their, tackling and contact skills.
But yes, Cardiff Met Sport TV.
Oh yeah, Cardiff Met Sport TV, the sports broadcast, the sport media, undoubtedly have been a real plus for us over the last few years. The work that Joe Towns and Steph Guerrero have done in bringing these courses to life, and the opportunities for students, like you say. You'd say there weren't jobs in sport. Now you've got any number of different jobs and industries that you can go into.
Anyone who knows me knows that I will bore the hind legs off them about university rugby as Bromo Ganog are applying some pressure in the Sedbergh 22. The clock's red. They force a turnover and force something before we go into the short break at half-time. God, this is a good physical contest, and that will be half-time. Sedbergh 12, Bromo Ganog 0. But yes, going on about university rugby, which we hope a lot of these young players will go on to play, whether it's Buck Super Rugby or one of the lower divisions. Players get opportunities, but other people do too, don't they? There's chances to shadow physios, to do S&C, to cover the media side as well. Yeah,
I think, whereas perhaps when I was a student back in the day, there would have always been a question around what were the jobs in sport. The sports industry has become massive, and the university programs that do run sports courses are seeing the benefit of that, and the employability rates from these courses are fantastic. You think the performance analysts going into, from my perspective, the rugby at the moment, media students going into rugby, strength and conditioning coaches going into rugby. It's exciting times, and like you say, a lot of the universities are running these programs.
Did you play here as a youngster?
I did, Dave, back in the day.
Did you?
Yeah, New College it was at the time.
Okay.
So,
and how did you get on? Did you make day two?
No. No, Dave. There wasn't much case for a non-tackling, couldn't pass off their left hand, not really very good kicking outside half.
There's a lot of that. So we had Ben John, the rugby trainer, who's just down below us actually. He came up and joined us for co-commentary yesterday, and he played with his school in Swansea, and they didn't make day two either. It's a tough old contest, isn't it?
I think, the sevens in itself's tough. The standard that they're bringing at Rosslyn Park, and you're having preparation tournaments just to come here. So
yes,
the level of preparation that goes into putting a team together to come and represent your school, represent your region in the Rosslyn Park Sevens, it's unprecedented. And still, even with the cloudy weather is still what a great week, and great memories I'm sure will happen for a lot of the boys here this week, and girls.
Oh, we're going to have a great day today. And you mentioned the weather. I lose track, but I think this is the 6th one of these that I've done, and I got sunburned last year, but a few years ago it snowed, so anything can happen in March in South London. If you are going to come, though, wrap up warm, maybe consider an umbrella, and definitely consider sensible footwear. What have you got this? Some kind of waterproof trainer. Sedber, looking for the crossfield, but it's cut out. But there are numbers there to defend. Bro Morgannwg not able to play in the right areas for vast swathes of this opening game. Who's in charge of sevens at Cardiff Met?
We have a sevens programme now, and Rhys Roberts is working a lot with that. We've also got a couple of our coaching team. Chris Rowell, one of our American coaches, is taking a lead role within the sort of sevens programme this year, and we're also excited to be, we're part of the Welsh Sevens series over the summer that started last year, and that gives us an opportunity to get, opportunities for guys to be playing rugby week in, week out, even in the summer.
Good that there's a series as well. Gives them the chance to build. Where is that?
They've played different areas, so they have 4 tournaments, a little bit like the Super 7 series in England. They've tried to replicate that now in Wales, and last year was probably post-COVID was the first year you've seen it, and I think it'll grow and grow.
I hope so. Good to see boys playing. Any at Kincoid?
There is talk of us hosting one of the Sevens tournaments, but I haven't seen the venues yet for this year.
Well, we will watch this space for that one. Oh, speaking of our American friend, the international appeal of Cardiff Met, the international appeal of this tournament as well. As Bro Morgannwg just can't get a foothold in this game. Still trailing 12-0, no tries in the second half. And that's a nice nudge in behind foot race this time that Bro Morgannwg are trying to win. It's a good chase back, but it's been coughed up. Said, but dotting it down on their own line. Oh, was that a little late?
I don't think you could see that, Dave. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't sure if it'd been grounded, just making sure. Big opportunity this for Bro Morgannwg with the 2 scores separating the sides. A 5-metre opportunity from scrum, difficult to defend. You'd really like to see Bro Morgannwg get a score here and make the last few minutes of this game pretty exciting. We
love a close game here on pitch RE1. Well, there was a little kick in behind like that in your game last Wednesday, wasn't there, at Kincoid?
There certainly was, Dave. And congratulations must go to Loughborough for winning the Buck Super Rugby League this year, and we're into the knockouts now.
All eyes on the playoffs, where you travel down to Topsham, right?
Yes, we do. Our girls are actually, and want to wish them lots of luck today. They're playing in the semi-final against Hartpury.
Oh, is that Hartpury today? Oh, yeah, fantastic.
1 o'clock kick-off today, and all the best to all the Cardiff Met women's side today, going down there to Hartpury, and hopefully they can get another great result like last week.
Oh, Bro Morgannwg, now could it open up? Sedber defending bravely. Real physicality, but there's space left and right here for Bro Morgannwg, but they go up the guts instead. Cool heads required from the Welshman. Slung out wide. Oh, it's like they're scared of the corners, but it's been picked off. Going back for a penalty.
I think, like you say, Dave, that recognition of space. There's been a little bit of space on the wings there. They're consistently trying to go up the middle of the field where it's congested with the defence. You'd like to see them put in a little bit of an earlier pass in to get a little bit of width on the game for them to get over the line. And
there is that pass out wide, but again they've gone in. Sedber's defence, brave so far, but out goes the paw, up goes the referee's arm, and Bro Morgannwg back in the game.
Yeah, a couple of passes, just pushed it to the width there in the 8 there, big physical carry, gets the score, and we do now have a game on our hands.
Well, they've gone quickly with the conversion there. I don't think that's gone over, so it's still a 7-point game. The Cardiff Met women knocking Loughborough out last week. Fantastic performance.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see. They were on before us down on Rugby 1, and to come down and see them get that 22-20 victory. perhaps slight underdogs going into the game, but it just goes to show what you can do when you get that team performance, and we're hopefully going to try and replicate that now next week against Exeter.
Well, with regards to the women, as said, but try and get away again. Oh, the awareness of where your teammates are, the attacking from depth. These boys can really play. Great pedigree. Oh, what a shot. But a great pedigree of reduced numbers rugby as Morgano have pinched that again. This is lung-busting stuff. And that's a good tackle. I'm not sure about the offload. The Spirit of Fiji hasn't quite reached Barry yet. Wow,
that was, it was a different sort of offload, but also, but certainly something to see. And that penalty there at the tackle area was a surprising one for me, and Scott broke out of jail from that offload.
Yeah, just the final thing on Cardiff Met women. Last year, Hartbury didn't have a great season in the league, but went on a cup run and ended up lifting the trophy. So perhaps that's something that Cardiff Met can aim to replicate. Good luck to them. Of course, good luck to all the teams in the Buck Super Rugby playoffs coming up. But Sedba here on the outside, big tackle coming up. Oh, it's fantastic. A try saver and another. This is a fantastic contest. And a great counter. Oh, and then a little bit too much at the breakdown.
Yeah, I thought the cover tackle there by the 8 on the winger, he'd certainly got round him then, and the work rate by 8 and 7 there from Bro Morgana to put the guys under pressure was fantastic.
Final few phases. Oh, and Sedba splutter. Good game.
Yeah, this has been an excellent game. Probably two slightly contrasting styles. Bro Morgana has certainly been quite physical and looked to really take the game physically to Sedba, but probably that little bit of skill level, the width they've been able to put on the game, and maybe one or two slightly quicker players have probably given the nudge to Sedba. But I'm sure Bro Morgana, I think they can get something from this line out.
Well, the clock against them, the scoreboard against them, but they're in possession. Sedba looked very composed in defence, though. There they go, just slowly turning the screw. But sometimes that can open the door. Oh, here we go. Got to make a tackle, do make a tackle, but Bro Morgana slowly making their way up the paddock.
If we were to end in a draw, what happens, Dave?
This is a pool game at the moment, so it's day 2. So these teams both undefeated yesterday. So if it's a draw, it just goes down as 1 point. And
that's a good turnover there. A really good tackle, brought the jackal in, and little scrum half in on the jackal there. Great turnover, and that probably secures the win.
Into the return to play. 10th the ball goes. Hard-earned win for Sedba. Bro Morgana. It's going to be an uphill struggle to qualify from here, but they've got a couple more games and a couple more wins. Could see them into a semi-final. Full-time Sedba 12, Bro Morgana 5. We are underway. The boys' competitions continue on day 3, and we see a contestable restart. And we're that didn't take long, did it? The bouncing ball. Oh, has the try been scored? Referee says yes. What a contest.
Yeah, the defending player there made a great attempt to stop the guy getting the ball grounded over the line, but the 8 big carry, I think the weight of momentum there got him to ground that over the line.
Well, George Watson's college against Harrow School barely had time to introduce the teams before we had a try. And George Watson's take the lead. So this is the first game on pitch RE1 of the under-16s boys Colts competition.
I think you can't underestimate the importance of kick-off and kick receipt in sevens. You know, such a short period of game, these become real contests for possession, and if you can get that aspect of your game right, it can have a massive impact in the overall, the overall sevens game.
Well, you coach a lot more 15s than sevens. How much do you work on the kick-offs and the kick-off receipt in attack and defence?
I'm not going to tell you in preparation for next week's game.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, while I think it's a massive element of the sevens game and something that if you can get right can have a significant impact, it's still a big part of the game in 15s. And talk about changing momentum and what a team scores, and if you can get your kick-off right and you can change the momentum of things quite quickly. So it's definitely something that needs to be looked at and addressed. But here, I remember when Cardiff Met won the Buck Sevens back in 2015 with James Beale on the wing. It was something that I think Don Brandt played as well, and we used him as a man to retain every kickoff.
Yeah. Oh, what an offload, what a try. How on earth has he snuck that one away? Harrow level. It's not taken them long.
I think he's given a forward pass.
Well, that'll explain how he got it away then, because it looked like a slick bit of handling for Harrow School.
Yeah, some good skills to get into the corner, and unlucky there with the offloading contact.
Well, you're talking about winning the sevens in 2015. Of course, another of your former players, Richard de Carpentier, did very well on the sevens circuit for England.
Him and Dan Bibby were stalwarts of the Kirkham Grammar boys, and then on to...
I didn't know Bibby was Cardiff Met as well. You lot get everywhere. In fact, am I right in thinking that pretty much all the coaches at... Oh, is that high? Yes. Advantage coming here for Watson's. Am I right in thinking that pretty much all the Loughborough coaches that came back to King Coyd the other day are all Cardiff Met boys?
We're not going to take credit for Loughborough winning the league, Dave, but yes, you are right. The coaches are all from the director of rugby and coaching team. Are all from Cardiff Met, so like I said, I think Loughborough have done a bit there as well, but we will shine a bit of a light on that too.
Harrow looking for their opening score. That's a lovely little switch inside. Now a race for the posts. It's going to be won by Harrow, 5-5 with the kick to come.
I think we're going to have another good game on our hands here. Dave, you've got two sides here, big physical side from George Watson, big 8 carry in there. Some lovely skills and pace there on the Harrow team, and I think we could be in for an exciting game.
I think what we were talking about there, though, were you saying about the Cardiff Met coaches and the players who've gone on to do great things, and we're talking about the National School Sevens here at Rosslyn Park as well. There are these institutions that sort of run around rugby, aren't they? That sort of leave their imprint on it, and it's important to cherish those.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't want to say that we were responsible for the Island Grand Slam, but Vinnie Hammond, our performance analyst, British Irish Lions analyst, and lead analyst there at Ireland. So I don't think we can take all the credit for Ireland's win, but hopefully we played a small part.
Yes, absolutely. Caelan Doris is an archer and all of that. I'd love to know the imprint of Cardiff Met or Hartpury or Loughborough or whatever on the various teams around the world. I think you guys are particularly good at it.
Yeah, I think there's a rich history related to some of these rugby universities, and hopefully long may that continue. And it's certainly exciting times at Cardiff Met, with some exciting developments with new roles coming, and some other bits and pieces that hopefully over the next few months will be clear for everybody to see, and see the level of investment and how seriously the university are taking men's and women's rugby here, and really trying to operationalise that for the future.
Well, as the week progresses, I'm looking forward to continuing to catch up with you and some of the other guys from Cardiff Met. There are some other universities here as well.
I don't think you need to focus on them, Dave.
Yeah, but just to sort of see what... Oh, that's a nice offload. Very nice indeed. But then one too many and it's coughed up. Back with Harrow School. But just to see how the engagement is with prospective students and parents, and how interested they are in coming to study and playing their rugby, and moulding and mixing the two.
I think that's exciting. You know, we're at a time now where the demographic dip has finished. We've got a lot of 18-year-olds, and I think it's about these young men starting to think about, and women, starting to think about what the future holds for them. And there are a lot of good universities out there, and a lot of good rugby programs, and so it's exciting times for all of these guys. You know, and it is difficult. You go from being the big fish in your little pond in school, and you're going to find yourself in a university where there are probably 6, 7, 8 players in your position who are all good players, and that resilience and, you know, battling for your position, having been there in school, is exciting.
And seeing some of the boys as well, you know, you've already mentioned Alex Donbrandt there, but Tom Pearson and Will Hurd and Luke Northmore, they're all doing very well in Premiership rugby. Max Llewellyn as well, who's been playing well in the URC and just signed for Gloucester, and plenty of others that we could talk about who've come through your books recently, as Harrow look to create some space on the outside. Oh, one offload too many by both teams at the moment, and now Watson's back on the move again. Good running lines, but the handling just letting them down. Referee says backwards though. Still with Watson's big clear out late in the first half.
Here's the big 8 again who got the first try. He's a big unit.
He's quick as well, and he can finish. And Watson's will take the lead. 10 points to 7. 10 out of 10 for the dive as well. I like that on a day like today.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you've got there is, you know, like we said, we're going to have a good game here. And that 8 has probably been a key factor in this half for George Watson's, with a try to start the half and subsequently then a try to finish the half.
Important kick coming up. Need to add these extras. And that'll take us to half-time. Watson's 12, Harrow 7. But what I was going to say was, we've talked about all those stellar names, and Richard de Carpentier and Dan Bibby, where Sevens has taken them around the world. But I think the ones that we should really concentrate on are a couple of other lads that I bumped into this week, Alid and Alid, who are...
Funnily enough, you say that. I've just brought Alid Ward up in the car this morning.
Fantastic.
So, you know, that's an example, again, you know, you talk about the one or two, like your Donbrandts and your Pearsons and all of those, your Wainwrights, and they're great. But we got 100 boys graduating from our rugby programme every year. And someone like Aled Ward, captained Wales 18s, Wales 20s, hasn't taken it to the next level in that pro game. But he's got a great job now working for Glantaf up here as a part of the rugby programme with the hub officer programme, playing for Pontypridd in the Welsh Premiership. And, you know, I've had 3 hours with him, had a great journey up today, you know, reminiscing about his times at university and the enjoyable experiences he had. And again, exactly the example of not your ones or twos, but there's an opportunity for everybody to come out with a great degree and still have a real impact in rugby in the future.
That's the thing, isn't it? Finding what you love and where you sit in the sport, in the industry, and he and Aled Evans seem to have found theirs. Because where's Aled now? Is he still with Bridgend?
Aled Evans is at Bridgend and Aled Ward with Pontypridd, and I'm hoping to try and catch up with Aled later today, because I know their school have made the second day today in the Cup.
Good on him.
So really pleased for him and the school. But yeah, it's just lovely to hear those stories, and I think, you know, what you want to hear about is guys talking about their memories in rugby, and you get that in university, and you're going to get that today, and it's that enjoyment that we get from rugby is the things we should be celebrating and looking for people to do in the future. Oh,
people's involvement in this tournament, they talk about it for years. So our esteemed friend and colleague Joe Burns, who'll be joining us a little bit later in commentary. He's pretty local, actually. He was born and raised in Twickenham, but he keeps making the point that when the school year starts and after the first training session, you all get the calendar out and you put a big ring around Rosslyn Park, and when you're going to be making the journey to the National School Sevens, And it was something that I discovered quite late, because I was in the comprehensive school system in South Wales, and it wasn't something that we did. But then you arrive here and you realise how big and how impactful schoolboy rugby, particularly in England, is. And it's great to see schools from Scotland and Wales and further afield. Oh, here we go. Chance now for Harrow. Oh, lovely step inside. The ball was coughed up. But when you're presented with the chance, you've got to take advantage of it, and they've done exactly that. 12-12.
And again, I think that's one of the delights of the sort of Rosslyn Park experience. I certainly know for the Welsh schools and Welsh clubs, you know, Welsh schools coming up here, you know, in Wales, rugby's a working class sport.
Yes.
You know,
yeah.
and you know, certainly the schools in England and based around the private school system and the opportunities, and for us to be able to come up here and enjoy the different experiences and the environment, the atmosphere, fantastic.
12-12. Yeah, there aren't many Harrows in Barry, are there? In fact, Harrow 14. Oh, what a take. Oh, but he's taking it out with him, and Watson's. What were we talking about? The importance of those restarts?
Absolutely, and you've just seen, you know, exactly that. The momentum turning in the game from the kickoff. The opportunity now for Harrow coming straight from that kickoff.
Well, they've snuck into the lead. And this has been an excellent contest. Still so many great games to come today. And dare I say it, Danny Milton, the sun's come out. What a joy. Oh, that's nice.
You did say, Dave, that I brought the weather.
Yes.
And,
lo and behold, you had.
I don't want to say again, I take full credit for that, but it's certainly something that I like to do, bring a smile to everybody's faces.
Yeah, the Cardiff Met sunshine in southwest London. Beautiful part of the world, though, isn't it? Amazing there's this much green space in this part of the capital.
The only thing I'm finding difficult in the muddy conditions is, being my height, I'm suddenly finding it difficult to see above the mud in certain areas.
We'll get you a snorkel for tomorrow. So if anyone is coming down then to pitch RE1 at any point and they want to come and see you guys, see what you're all about and play your fun games, where can they find you?
We're on the main pitch. We're just behind just at the one end of the ground, as we are in the commentary booth to the left.
Near the climbing wall, are you?
Near the climbing wall, straight opposite the Edwin door and tents down the other end of the pitch. And like I said, we've got lots of exciting things happening with the S&C guys in there, the students, the media students, and lots of fun competitions and giveaways. So come to the Cardiff Met tent.
You mentioned bench press. Are you having a go?
Yeah, I quickly did one beforehand. Only 180, 1 rep max at the moment, so I'm lacking my normal lifting skills.
Yeah, of course. Well, you know, you don't want to make it look like an impossible task, do you?
No.
For these young players. You got to go on the climbing wall?
Again, someone my height, Dave, they risk assessed it and they said they weren't allowed to allow me on the wall. I don't meet the 1 meter 42 height.
What about Alton Towers?
Only allowed on the log flume there, Dave.
Oh, I saw you on anyway. Always bring a cagoule. Lovely buzz building about the place as well at this time of day now. Everyone's in the car park. The queue at the coffee van is extremely long.
There is free tea and coffee and biscuits at the Cardiff Met tent for anyone who wants to come. So make sure all are welcome. Parents, players, staff.
Oh, next time your friend... Oh, that's so close to being brilliant. Next time your friend Shooter comes along, you couldn't get him to bring a cup of tea, could you? Oh, wow, here we go. Harrow explode into life, and that might be the one that clinches it. 2 minutes to go.
We also have heard rumours that Tom Pearson's going to make an appearance over the next couple of days.
Oh, so, very nice. We'll have to widen the commentary gantry to get him up here, because he's got a broad old back on him, hasn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't do 180, 1 rep max like I do on a bench press, but he's working on it.
Conversion's good. 21-12.
And you'd have to say, you know, after those 2 great tries from the George Watson 8, Harrow have started to perhaps assert their dominance with a couple of really good scores. And again, Importance of kickoffs, importance of conversions. We've taken it with 3 conversions, 21-12, makes it a 2-score day.
Oh, he's a little bit early on that, but he left his mark from the restart. He's getting physical out there. Well, now you've mentioned his name then, quick word on Tom Pearson. He is very, very good at rugby, isn't he?
He's a great kid. I say kid now, he's a young man, but you know, so lucky to work with some of these players and you know, and students, and Tom was exactly that, somebody who worked hard, never gave up, would never have seemed to be somebody who was going to be an academy or something like that, but the way he developed over the 3 years is a credit to where he's come from, and a credit to him. And the nicest thing you can say about these guys is they're not just good rugby players, and I know it sounds cheesy, they're good people, and Tom Pearson is a good person.
To be fair, if we were putting together a set... Oh, that's a lovely handoff. They've got to score here, Watsons. Make a good decision. Oh, knock on. Deliberate or not? No, backwards, says the referee. Yeah, if we were putting together a sevens team of recent graduates, and we had Luke Northmore, Max Llewellyn, Tom Pearson, Alex Donbrandt. Who's the scrum half? Is it Ellis?
Ellis Bevan.
Ellis Bevan, yeah. He could pull the strings. I'm not sure Will Hurd would make the cut, but you know, if you're making up numbers, but yeah, you'd put together a pretty tasty team, I think.
Oh no, absolutely, Dave.
Oh, Wainwright.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd make an appearance.
He scored a cracking try for the Dragons, and Harrow might score a cracking try here. Yeah, against Connacht the other week. Yeah,
and again, a good player. Lovely to see him back in the international fold on the weekend with a strong carrying performance. And that probably is it now, I think.
Yes.
With the time as it is, I think Harrow have got over the line with this one, and a deserved performance. Outstanding individual performance from the George Watson 8.
Yeah.
But probably a team performance here from Harrow. And
oh,
he's over.
Oh, yeah. It's opened up again. And I think that will be the final act. A little bit of extra gloss on that performance from Harrow. Good team performance. And they opened the day with a win. Good contest, though. Great curtain raiser for this under-16s Colts competition. And I think we are in for another cracking day. Full time, Watson's 12, Harrow 28. Day 3 of the National Schools Sevens continues, and we have the under-16 boys Colts game in Group C between Barnard Castle and Cooper's Company and Coborn School. Duke of York's Military School and Caterham School also in this group, and that's Cooper's Company and Coborn spilling that kickoff in the sky blue jerseys with the navy sleeves. Barnard Castle in the brown and blue with the put-in at the scrum. And I don't want to curse it, but this is the best the weather has been all week. The sun's out. I haven't seen anyone in a vest yet, but it's only a matter of time. And the pitch holding up quite well too. In it comes from Barnard Castle. And the first chance to attack the 22, sending the big men forward. Oh, loose handling though. And up come Cooper's Company and Coborn. Yet to really have a touch, but there's no sweeper in, so that brings the nudge in behind. Battle for the ball that Barnard's come up with. Ooh, that looked like a high tackle. Referee says no. And we continue on a good take one-handed too. Lovely work from Cooper's Company and Coborn, and the final offload's good. And again, oh, these boys can move the ball. Or maybe that pass delayed slightly too long, but they're still on the ball. Good contest for it. And now the afterburners up the middle. Barnard Castle having to defend for the first time. And they force the knock on. Yeah, decent level of pressure there from Barnard's at the breakdown. Shiplake versus St. Paul's up next. Then Stowe School, bowl champions yesterday in the under-18s. Their 14s go against King's Worcester. Barnard Castle on the ball. Good contest this. Still 0-0. Both teams with one good attacking set. Oh, and that offload, brilliant. Delayed pass. The chase will come. It's a brave chase. Oh. But it will be a try to Barnard Castle. Little bit of drama, but not quite enough. And it's Barnard Castle 5. Cooper's Company and Coborn 0. Oh, just that short ball doing the damage. And the drop goal, bang on. They had the extras. Barnard Castle 7, Cooper's Company and Coborn 0. Decent contest though in the opening 3 minutes. Oh, and a better take this time. Not an easy one, that inside of the boot spiral. Two Barnard's players driving over, winning the penalty. Accurately resourcing the breakdown. And they're on the way. Getting the pass a little bit too high. Opening up those ribs for tickling. Yeah, knock-ons stifling the progress right now. Barnard Castle with another chance, plenty of width to work with here. Scrum on the halfway line, 5 meters in from touch. And away comes the scrum half. Oh, you miss a tackle in the middle of the park like that and you're in trouble. Skipping away, fizzing away. diving and scoring. Barnard Castle 12. Cooper's Company and Coborn 0. Good try. Not taking any risks with these drop goals either. He missed that conversion despite taking all that time. Right under the sticks. Hey ho. Contestable restart. Barnard's in trouble now. Oh, sorry, in charge now, should I say. Cooper's the ones in trouble. Oh, now a nudge in behind, a change of tact here. But it's a hefty kick, goes out into touch. .90 seconds till half-time. Cooper's Company and Coborn, despite playing all right, not really got near a try just yet. Three in the lineup, uncontested. Oh, goodness me. Little fumble there, and Barnard Castle swarm on them over the ball, but no clear release. So they give away the penalty. Cooper's on the march up the left-hand side. Oh, there was a missed tackle there, but that's a good offload. A really good contact. Oh, Barnards have ripped that and turned it over. Now there is trouble. Oh, another good finish. Really good awareness of space, really good balance. Make the tackler commit. And the third try scored. Half-time, 19-0. This time it's Barnard Castle who can't deal with the kickoff, but they do lead in the game 19-0. Coopers need the next score. They've actually played well, but teams the quality of Barnard Castle, you make mistakes, they punish you, and they have punished them so far. Only really fired 3 shots, managed to get over the paint 3 times. Missed the 11 o'clock kickoff. Game 3 of the day, game 4 of the day in fact. Action absolutely flies by here, doesn't it? Free kick. You've got to tap it first, young man. Can't just set off on your travels. That's a good ball, that's a good chance, that is a good score. Cooper's Company and Coborn get their first try of the day here on pitch RE1. It's a big ask to come back, but that's the perfect start. Now, got to make this conversion. It's the easiest one possible. Under the sticks, he duly obliges. It's 19 points to 7. Now, can they regain this restart? A little bit too deep to be contestable, but a big shot and a high shot, and this could be trouble. Lined it up, didn't dip. You can see there he's the same size as the referee. He's a big old chap, and he's just got a warning. Not quite to the point here at the National School Sevens where we have a TMO, but if we did, I think they might have been called into action there. Now, where's that ball gone? There it is. They are the most valuable commodity, those match balls. This is quality from Barnard Castle. Oh, they just get out of the contact zone so well. First spinning, then with the handoff, then the open space. Good try. And the eventual grounding as well. Right in front of all the supporters over there, down in front of that Edwin Doran sports tent. Busy old area. It's Barnard Castle comfortably ahead now. This one perhaps beyond the grasp of Cooper's. But they'll be able to build into the day. Plenty of positives to focus on, but that tackling in midfield, maybe not necessarily one of them. This young man in the red scrum cap has been sensational, and he is going to score another individually brilliant try. And Barnard Castle just disappearing out of sight now. Still 3 minutes of this one to go. And important for Cooper's Company and Coborn to just keep a lid on this before it gets ugly. Conversion unsuccessful despite the good strike, and that's 31-7 on the scoreboard. And that one's gone out. "90 seconds of this one to go. Barnard Castle in the ascendancy. Very much looking the part here in their opener. Gorgeous sunny day now. Long may this continue. A lot of pressure coming. Little knock on there that I think the referee might have missed, but the bouncing ball can fool the best of us. Footwork in close proximity for Barnard Castle, so good. But Coopers winning the penalty at the breakdown. And not scared to offload the ball. Oh, they've offloaded it forward. Unlucky. There'll be the put-in at the scrum late in this game for Barnard Castle. And they'll be looking to get maybe one more before full time, which I think would be harsh on Coopers. We've shown plenty of promise, but Barnard Castle, as always, very strong, highly fancied team in this and every other level as well. And they're back on the ball. Little switch pass inside. Oh, that underarm offload is a beauty. Inside, outside, space on the right. The inside ball is on the money. And Barnard Castle finish with a flourish. It's going to be a comfortable win in the end. 36 with a kick to come to make it 38. But that was the pick of the tries. Very nice indeed. 38-7, the full-time score.
No worse. So I had to be in the first thing, Guernsey's at the doctors. Yeah. Left my house at 6:30. I had to ring someone to get them to park my car because I had missed kick-off. My grandma said it took 3.5 hours.
Right, maybe too late now, but I'm in Tutu. What's spare room?
Yes, seating. Oh my God!
No, genuine. If you needed it.
Actually, you were a Russian billionaire.
Shiplake versus St. Paul's in the under-16s boys Colts. St. Paul's in the black and white, Shiplake in the maroon and black with the thin gold hoops. Could be an interesting one. They've not played this year, but I've been given the inside that St. Paul's beat Dulwich at Worth 30-0 and Shiplake lost to Dulwich 32-5, so they'll be hoping to change the fortunes very much coming into this. But this tournament does strange things to people, and St. Paul's are going to kick off in those pristine white shorts and the white and black jerseys. I can't imagine they're going to stay that colour for long. There's been a lot of rugby played on this pitch, a lot of rain has fallen, but at the moment conditions are perfect, and Shiplake gets swallowed up. Goodness me, that is a statement of intent right from the kickoff by St. Paul's. Shiplake with the first touch. They're inside their own 22. Oh my goodness me, St. Paul's defence is not here to play games. Oh boy, rushing out of the line. Looking to dominate every collision, and at the moment they are. St. Paul's boys on a mission, but Shiplake keeping hold of the ball well. And then back up the middle, but St. Paul's over it. St. Paul's not able to turn it over. From the early phases of this game, very much looking like a game where Shiplake are going to need to keep hold of the ball, but they're going to come under real scrutiny at every breakdown, as they have there. Still with Shiplake though. No gaps in this rugged St. Paul's defence. And there is the first penalty. Felt like a matter of time. And eventually the Jackal yields the ball, and St. Paul's through the hands. They dance over. And a little second bite of the cherry. Oh, he hasn't grounded it. Oh, and it's a penalty to Shiplake. Well, it looked like he'd reached out a big mitt and dotted down. But somehow it's still 0-0. Oh, and Shiplake gather their own kick and then knock it on. That's unlucky. Looked like an interesting decision. It's a decision that's coughed up the ball, and St. Paul's, having not scored with their first touch, are going to do their best to score with the second. Again, they see the spaces out on that right-hand side, race to the corner. This time there's no doubt about it. And St. Paul's get the opening try of the game. It's taken just shy of 2 minutes. And that is 2 minutes of hard work for both teams as well. What a start for St. Paul's. A little bit for Shiplake to work with though. That conversion's not going into the highlights reel of the tournament. But the try was a good one, and St. Paul's with the 5-0 lead in this boys under 16s competition. A little bit too deep for them to try and reclaim that restart, and they've gone easy on the ribs of the Shiplake boys this time as well. Oh, could there be a gap here? Might just be. Needs someone on the edge for him. Going through a lot of work in defence. Oh, these St. Paul's lads just dominating physically at the moment. Now Shiplake going to back themselves though, don't want to get isolated. First time into the half for Shiplake as another bone-crunching hit goes in. There's some good footwork though, skipping out of tackles. Great chance to respond here for Shiplake. But another brilliant counter-ruck. Well, it's been knocked on. Oh, I thought it had been knocked on by St. Paul's first, but no, Shiplake cough it up. But this probably the most dominant display we've seen at the breakdown so far from St. Paul's. They seem to be driving Shiplake off the ball at most breakdowns, but Shiplake, to their credit, still keeping hold of the ball, still finding a way under difficult circumstances. Now St. Paul's with the put in at the scrum inside their own 22. Oh, you've got to make that tackle. And they just about make that tackle, but the offload's good and they're still going. Two men on the outside. getting it to the edge quickly. Chop tackle's good. And he was held on as well. Good persistence from Shiplake to keep it at 5-0. 4.5 minutes gone in the first half. No sweeper in, so they put boot to ball. That's just going to dribble out into touch. Would have been a good option had it stood up. But instead, St. Paul's have it just inside their own 22. A couple of minutes to go till half time. Well, they've overthrown it and they've knocked it on, which is a real error at Colts because it's uncontested lineouts. Free kick, early engagement. What a chance now for Shiplake. So physical in the tackle, these St. Paul's boys. It's impressive levels of controlled aggression. But now Shiplake, can they? Oh, it needed to go just one more early. But this is their best chance of the match to equalise. Oh, it's been spilled forward and it's back with St. Paul's. But with turnover ball, oh, this is lovely balance. Now problems for Shiplake because St. Paul's have found the edge and they've got the gas. The chase back is good. The last ditch tap tackle doesn't quite make it. Well, it's a big defensive effort from Shiplake. 1, 2, 3 lads chasing all the way back, but St. Paul's too fast, too strong. Oh, they double the lead. And that is a real wounder for Shiplake. But brilliantly done by St. Paul's. They lead 10-0 right on the brink of half-time. Second half incoming. Shiplake kicking off to St. Paul's, who in the early phases of this under-16 Colts competition are the most physical team we've seen by some distance in both attack and defence. They're going to be receiving this kickoff. 3 in the front field, 4 in the back, and Shiplake had their opportunities and they've gone deep with the kickoff. St. Paul's rev the engine. and get the ball moving for the first time on. Get it moving with authority too. Again, winning collisions, getting front foot ball, but over-committing. Shiplake on the move. I think he should have committed to that because they weren't back 10, St. Paul's. But here they are, blasting, attacking every breakdown. But now the penalty given for offside. Well, if Shiplake get the first try of this second period, we could be in for a cracker of a game here. And they're as close as they have been, 2 meters to go. Well, delayed the pass for as long as he could, wriggling, winding. Referee has a good look. And St. Paul's have done well to slow that down, stifle the opportunity and dislodge the ball. Another penalty though, and they're mounting up here for St. Paul's. But this is very much a must-score period of play here for Shiplake. Because if they can't get the meat pie here, where are they going to get it? Massive space up the short side. No one defending it either. Oh, but they've gone open. That flat ball, feeding the speed on the left, and it will be a try for Shiplake. Great start to the second half for them. They needed that. The game needed that. And it's St. Paul's 12, Shiplake 5. Conversion doesn't bother the sticks. It remains 5-12. Good game. Enjoying this one. And Shiplake showing a lot of fight here against a very high quality St. Paul's team who take that one on the full. Again, look to keep it alive. They're not going to be beaten by that touchline. Ooh, here we go. Ball knocked on. Another chance for Shiplake. Could it be on? Could it be on? All right. A little bit of rearranging here for Shiplake, and I think the magnitude of the opportunity needs to strike them like a lightning bolt, because if they can take this, if they can equalize going into the last couple of minutes, then could they pinch a winner? Are they looking for that wraparound move here? No, they're looking to beat St. Paul's physically, which I think they'll struggle to do. Keep that ball moving. Oh, here we go. Bit of footwork. Excellent last-ditch tackle. Ball over the top is a sweet seed. Now they pin their ears back. The cover defence comes across, and alarm bells ringing for St. Paul's. Again, they slow the ball down. But they've conceded too many penalties. And they are their own worst enemies here, St. Paul's. Oh, one more pass has to do it. Race to the corner is on. He's gone round the outside. Oh, back yourself, young man. Come on. Has to score. Hasn't scored. Hands on the ball. And a brilliant turnover penalty. How on earth have Shiplake managed to not score that try? Have a little faith. You've got 15 metres to run for. But huge credit to St. Paul's. It's great defence, but there are heads shaking below us. I think the Shiplake parents realised that that was the opportunity. And it remains Shiplake 5, St. Paul's 12. Oh, how have they not scored? lucky to win that physical battle too. Ground the ball. Tell you what we're seeing today, because there's a bit of sunshine, is the dad combo of gym shorts and wellies. Now, St. Paul's yet to cross the Shiplake half in this second period. They could be on for it here. Again, we spent a few minutes off the ball, and as a result, we've forgotten how tasty they look ball in hand. Shiplake a little bit disconnected in defence, and they want to be careful or they'll be found out, and they might be found out here. Oh, they make it look easy. All the opportunities Shiplake have had, St. Paul's only needed one, and now it's a two-score game. 17-5. And into the final minute. That probably puts this game to bed. St. Paul's will consider themselves deserved winners here, but made life hard for themselves. A lot of infringements inside their own 22. A lot more defending than they'll have liked to have done. But they held on. Again, how they held on, anyone's guess. But here's the conversion to take them up to 19. Good strike. Good result, 19-5. Yeah, take another look at this. It's a great finish, wasn't it? Again, Shiplake perhaps a little bit slow on the chase to identify the danger. Once it was in the ball carrier's hands, the damage was done. It was too late. As our clock goes red, that will be the ball game. Well, grubber kickoff. Shiplake maybe looking to try and get one more try out of this. Who knows? Points difference could come into it in the final calculations. Over the top it goes. Oh, they can't quite get their shoulders in front in this foot race, but they can get wrestled into touch. And it's more strong defence from St. Paul's to secure the win. Shiplake 5, St. Paul's 19. 11:40 rolls round and we continue in the Under-14s Boys Cup. It's a Group B game between Stowe School and Kings Worcester. Stowe School got their campaign off to a great start yesterday. Wins over Newhall, Richard Challoner, Royal Hospital and Bishop Stortford. And Worcester themselves in the red and blue. Wins over Pocklington, Bristol Grammar. Didn't concede a try in either of those and only conceded one try, while scoring over 70 points against Hayes School and Hereford Cathedral School. So this should be an absolute cracker in Group B. Cheltenham College in this group as well. So it is highly contestable and very physical early on. Stowe in the mainly navy jerseys with the golden trim. Kings Worcester in the blue and red hoops, attacking the try line to your left in this first half. Non-stop day of action today. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. What better way to spend a Wednesday? No one on this short side for Stowe. First scrum of the game. There's a big short side to attack though. And Kings Worcester being called into defensive action. Just into the 22 they go. It's all very narrow at the moment as they look to find the edge. In fact, it's the space that opens up back on the inside. Here is Stowe going over the top, 10 meters away from the first try of the game. Stowe boys looking to pick up where the men left off yesterday. Bowl winners in the under-18s. Driving the legs, looking for try number one. The offload might do it. And they've scored. Stowe 5, Kings Worcester 0. So we scrum down. King's School Worcester looking to launch their first meaningful attack from inside the half. Good solid scrum and the platform to do that. But instead they put a cultured left boot through it. And fine touch. The general consensus around the media suite is that that's an interesting choice, particularly with Stowe's propensity to attack from anywhere. Neither of these teams particularly looking to rush today, but who can blame them? It's a long day. They're looking to enjoy their time here on pitch RE1 in front of the cameras and the eyes of the world. But people getting in touch, watching from all over the place. Great to have your company. And Kings Worcester winning the penalty and switching that ball back inside. He could have gone through all the hands. And ultimately, if they score here, I suppose it makes the kick look like a good decision. Get yourself some field position and work from there. Oh, but the knock-on's not going to help. Stowe School then with the ball inside their own 22. This time they put the boot on it. There's no sweeper at home, but no real chase either. And a good turnover. Little bit chaotic between these two teams, but it's Stowe on the ball who look a little bit more purposeful, a little bit more meaningful. Oh no! Momentary lapse of concentration. The ball hits the deck. And it'll be a Kings Worcester put-in a great position. RGS High Wycombe against Trinity Croydon next up. Trinity first team, of course, making that Twickenham final. Came second against Oakham. Oh, here we go. Kings Worcester on the scoreboard. Oh, are they? What an ankle tap. What a try-saver. Where's that come from? And he's coughed the ball up. Well, this sport, this competition never ceases to amaze me. And Stowe School somehow still have the lead. Kings Worcester were in. Oh, the faintest of touches. Where's it come from? He's round the outside. Last-ditch tackle. Oh, the sniper from the top of the tent has caught him. Well, well, well. Another penalty given away, though, and Kings Worcester getting closer and closer to the try. Going back the other way, but the pass off the left hand, a little slow. Straighten up. Not quite over the line. It's got to go to the right. Has to go to the right. Unbelievable. There's still two players out there who'd walk the ball in. Well, Kings Worcester, they're going to score in the end. They really made hard work of it. But their persistence pays off. 6.5 minutes gone. They get their first try. Stowe 7, Kings Worcester 5. And I wonder whether or not, maybe they've got sore necks and can't look right, because they could have scored that try 3 times over. Conversion across the face. And that takes us to half-time. 2 points in it. Great game. Stowe 7, Kings Worcester 5. Second half of this absolutely engrossing game between Stowe School and the Kings School Worcester. Oh, is that going to go 10? That is not the start that Kings wanted. They got the try that got them back into the game. But now they're going to be under the pump here. Stowe School going to have the first touch, perhaps the first touch they weren't expecting. Looking to add the Kings Worcester boys to the scalps of Newhall, Richard Challoner, Royal Hospital, Bishop Stortford. 2 days of stiff competition, and Stowe dragged down by the jerseys. Oh, they were close to getting hands on that, Kings. I think they can consider themselves a bit unlucky not to get the turnover there, but they have got it here. Now, is there space on the left-hand side for the pace to gallop into? No, there's not. Good defence from Stowe. Really good defence at the breakdown too. Looking to get the physicality. Oh, but then giving away the penalty at the breakdown, and it's back with Kings Worcester. A minute of the second half gone. Still 7-5. Good contest, as we expect on day 2. Stowe being patient in defence, but Kings Worcester picking their moment, securing that ball. And again, going to the left-hand side. Finally, now they bring it to the right, and it feels like that's the one that might yield a little bit of joy for them. Good offload. Now Stowe defending their own 22. Kings Worcester hugging that touchline. Oh, hands on the floor again. These penalties killing Stowe. Clock ticking, they've still got the lead, but they won't want to spend too long defending in this part of the world. Now, queuing up on the left-hand side. No one really straightening up, though. Stowe can set the defence. There's the switch back inside. Just a little bit laboured here from Kings Worcester. Oh, but the stop and go's a good one, as is the cover tackle. Ball's out on the far side. Stowe School survive, and it remains 7-5. Well, that right then, Stowe with their hands on the ball. Long way between them and the try line, so they decide that the boot is the best option. Decent chase as well. Kings Worcester back there first, or just about gathering it. But Stowe arriving in numbers, but Kings Worcester now, as it breaks up, get past a few defenders. There's a sweeper in place, but the pass is good. It's timed well. Last-ditch tackles missed. And Kings Worcester score the try in the corner. They lead for the first time. The lead changes hands for the first time. And it's Stowe 7, Kings Worcester 5. Oh, this is a good game. Stowe have hardly had a touch. Can we talk about how is the best way of relieving the pressure? Decent strike on the kick. Ref says no. 7-10. Because when you kick it away, you relieve the pressure for a second, but invite it straight back on. And Stowe in a spot to bother here, but they have shown that they can score good tries, go through good phases. But barely had any opportunity in this second end. That's a better restart. Oh, much better restart. And Kings Worcester straight back on the front foot. Set back like a volleyball. Oh, and the last pass evades the receiver. And Stowe survive. Oh, good contest at the scrum. 6 strong young men going at it. Stowe continue on the overlap. Pass drilled into the last man on the outside, but he's strong enough to get away. Oh my! Lightning heels. Great score. Oh, that is a brilliant individual effort. Had a lot of work to do when the pass wasn't great. But sometimes that goes in your favour. Because the ball's fumbled. Kings Worcester overcommit. And you are not catching that man from there. 12-10. The saga continues. Oh, that's gone under. Fancy missing that. Wouldn't have made a difference anyway, because I don't think we're going to see any drop goal winners. It'll be Kings Worcester looking for a try to retake the lead, but Stowe School leading by 12 points to 10. Look, so he's dropped the pass here, and then the slight overcommittal from the defender rolls out of it really well. And then it's clinical. He thinks try time. All right, final few seconds. Final opportunity. Stowe chasing their own kickoff. Kings Worcester gathering it. What a great game. Is there a sting in the tail? Kings Worcester on the ball. Can they get one over on these Stowe boys? They've looked clunky at times, but they have looked after the ball really well. Final delay of the pass. Oh, this is good footwork. Into the Stowe half. They've got a small lead that they need to defend. Are they going to manage it? Kings Worcester. Oh, don't miss that tackle. What a ball. Oh, and a slip as well. It opens up for Kings. They're into the 22. Still keeping that ball alive. Still with the opportunity to win the rugby match. But Stowe, have they held the man up? No, he's got a knee on the ground. Penalty. Oh, this is a big moment. Kings Worcester with an attack to win the game. Oh, and a little fumble as well, just to keep it interesting. Again, they've not gone to the edge, but they found the short ball, and Kings are going to win it with the last play of the game. What a game of rugby. Stowe led, Kings led, Stowe got it back, and Kings have pinched it at the death. It's a comeback victory for Kings Worcester. Stowe are going to be defeated for the first time in the competition. And that is what the National School Sevens is all about. Drama to the last kick, but the full-time score, Stowe 12, Kings Worcester 17. We continue. Trinity kicking off. Oh, nearly actually claiming the kickoff. My, oh my. Oh, these boys can play and we love it. And they've won the penalty here, Trinity. Against RGS High Wycombe, who are there in the royal blue and maroon jerseys. Trinity School drawing yesterday with Sutton Valence, then beating Greycourt and beating Box Hill and beating Dame Allens and beating them well. RGS High Wycombe, they had a good win against Waterloo, then Wellington, then Ysgol Gyfun Gwentis Coed, and then Bryn Cylanog as well. So they were undefeated yesterday and they've managed to pinch that ball there, RGS High Wycombe. Getting into the second day of this boys under 14s Cup. This is where the contests get close, where the quality gets high, and where these players start playing on emotion too. Great to watch. And the first chance here for Trinity School Croydon. Pretty local by comparison. Oh, turning and getting the offload away too. Oh, they're queuing up on the left-hand side. That's where it's got to go, but no one calling for Trinity. Now they start to wave the hands. And RGS High Wycombe respond. And they've done well to slow that ball down too, RGS. But there's the final pass out to the outside, and the great cover tackle. Oh, RGS High Wycombe hanging by a thread. And the score remains 0-0. Heroic defending there in the corner. And they get us back underway from that line out. There's not a lot of space at that short side, and you don't want to run out of space either, because if you cough it up in your own 22, you are in trouble. Oh, that is great footwork. Oh my, he's got rid of two defenders. Trinity will chase back. I think it's going to be a chase in vain though, because RGS High Wycombe are going to go in from all of 100 metres. Brilliant try. And a way to relieve the pressure. Well, well, well. Great start by Trinity School, but it's RGS High Wycombe who take the lead. And they lead by 5 points to 0. Going to try and convert his own try as well. Drills it low. Referee shakes his head. And it remains 5-0. RGS High Wycombe. Getting us back underway. And they've got the put in at the scrum too. Good response here. 4 minutes of this game gone. Decent contest with some great defending from them. Not had a real look at the attacking prowess yet. This is the first opportunity again. Trinity leaving a massive short side. Again, RGS High Wycombe perhaps could have gone to there, but I suppose it's all or nothing if you do. And now they start to build. Oh, they've spilled that one forward, and Trinity, having really dominated territory and possession in this first half, find themselves behind. Oh, and that's a tough one to take. advantage here. They've kicked it away to RGSI Wickham, who are sniffing around the try line for the second time. A mistake is punished, and RGSI Wickham take a 2-score lead. RGSI Wickham then, 2 scores to the good and contesting this restart as well. Oh, that's so well taken. Trinity can't get there on the 10. Oh, and then overcommitting as well. Overcommitting at the breakdown, and RGSI Wickham in the sunshine here towards the last minute of the first half. Oh, and maybe a deliberate knock on two. Referee not reaching for his pocket. However, it is another penalty and another chance for the High Wycombe School to get over the paint before half-time. 30 seconds on our clock, but we're not linked in with the referee's watch. Ooh, is it high as well? Oh, the discipline costing Trinity Croydon. And the footwork creating space for RGS High Wycombe. Now, could have been a race to the corner. And too many penalties. Leads to a yellow card for Trinity Croydon. Bad penalties in bad spaces, and they're going to be down to 6. Just either side of half-time. RGS High Wycombe 10, Trinity 0. Trinity down to 6. RGS High Wycombe with numbers. They've gone for the miss pass. It's a good decision because they're going to get try number 3. Half-time whistle goes. Referee Tobias Whitley of the London Society has had a lot to do. He's shown a yellow card. Trying to referee that breakdown. It's like the Wild West down there. These fully committed boys putting on a good show. But it's RGS High Wycombe 15, Trinity School 0. RGS Wickham getting us back underway. Looking good here as well, and Trinity just giving away too many penalties. You can't win a game when you don't have the ball, especially against a team like RGS Wickham, who are rampaging towards the try line again. 3 meters away from a try that would well and truly put this one to bed. Oh, reach out and score. That's brilliantly done. Commitment to the cause, a lot of hard work to do. And how important is that first bit of defence that we saw from RGS High Wycombe over in that corner that kept the score at 0-0. They eventually scored from that turnover. Could have been such a different competition, but now they are disappearing out of sight here, the High Wycombe boys. 4 tries, 4 good tries. Not converted though, so it remains 20-0. Taking a look at the try. Great strength, great commitment to dot that ball down. And just look at RGS High Wycombe just bouncing around, waiting to try and contest this restart, which they will. But it's going to come Trinity's way. Oh, here we go. You miss 1 tackle and you're in deep trouble. You miss 2 and you're under your own posts. That's a good score. And Trinity convert this try. It's a 2-score game. Here we go. Maybe there's something in this. Scoreboard not on their side. Plenty of time on the clock though. 9 minutes gone. RGS High Wycombe 20, Trinity 5. Powerful finish. Yeah, and this last tackle here, it's just a last-ditch attempt, isn't it? You can't get a good shoulder in, so you hope that maybe you put a hand on him, knock him off balance. And Trinity going deep with the restart. Maybe hoping for a fumble or a mistake, but not going to get that. They might get something here, though. But again, good composure, good ball movement, and oh, a forward pass. A little bit of afters off the ball. There's some needle in this game. I won't lie to you, I don't hate it. Scrum time, clock still ticking. Not 10 minutes in this one gone yet. And if Trinity get the next score, it is game on. Of course, they'll hope to get it under the sticks because the conversion makes it very exciting indeed. Again, they go to the open side. That's lovely delivery from the base. And RGS High Wycombe slipping off tackles again. Oh, but they've recovered. It is so narrow. And they've ripped the ball. Oh, I'm not sure about the kick, but they survive for a little longer, RGS High Wycombe. Good tackle. And over the ball they go. Important clear out there from Trinity. We've got a new energy in this second half. Oh, that's another mazy run. Straight over the ball, though. Good penalty, good turnover. And still a good lead for RGS High Wycombe. Still 3 minutes to go, though. Some leggy boys out there. Did well to stick the offload because the man had overstepped. Again, they go the aerial route. It's taken a bounce, so we'll restart with a line out. Trinity back to halfway, looking to get some of these exciting, explosive ball carriers on the gain line, on the front foot. Two and a half minutes to go. Another strong carry, good offload. The ball's gone backwards. It allows RGS High Wycombe to recover in defence. Try and win that turnover, but it's back with Trinity. Oh, you bet it's back with Trinity. Great dummy. Wants to take that in closer to the sticks, but it's a second score for Trinity. Now they need this kick. If they get this kick, it's a one-score game. And we're going to the death. If not, it's probably a little bit too big of a hill to climb. Unsuccessful. So they still need 2 tries, Trinity. But they've looked dangerous. They looked as though they could get one. Well, I've not really said this.
How are you, Nate? I'm good, mate. Congratulations on retirement and congratulations on the new gig. I'm over the moon for you.
It's part-time now, not doing full-time. But I'm doing Durham 150, so they've got their 150 routine this. So it's really what I want me to do.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I know.
Greatness.
Here come Trinity then. Running out of time. Can they get a score here? And is there time for the restart? First job, get it over the paint. Oh, if they do get the score, which they will, put it down. Get the ball over. Come on, let's go. Let's have a grandstand finish. Quicker. Come on. What a game. What a game. 20 points to 19. We will restart. Well, Trinity, having been 20-0 down at half-time, have made this 20 points to 19 in the game of the day so far. Last minute, last play, and it is scrambled out. Brilliantly done in the end. What an advert for this sport. RGS High Wycombe 20, Trinity 19.
All these superlatives, kids, coming out. Oh, it's magic, isn't it? How are you, man?
Hey, this is Russ. Our director's how's it going? It'll be good. Yes, yes.
Let's go, fellas! Andy!
Into the under-16s boys Colts we go. It's 20 past 12. It's KCS Wimbledon against Waterloo Schools. And what better company to have than a director of sport? Russ, how are you?
Yeah, doing really well, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Well, we're going to enjoy this game together. regardless of how well your boys go. Let's not talk about the results to begin with. Let's talk about the experience. In fact, we might have to put a pin in that because we've got the first try-scoring opportunity burning up the left-hand side, and that is the perfect start in the sunshine. What a try, what an opening to this game.
Yeah, Andreas there, he's got some serious pace about him, so pleased to see that. Firstly, what an opportunity for our boys to play against a school from Belgium.
Yes.
How often does that happen?
Well, that's the beauty of this tournament. We've got the Belgian boys on the pitch here.
Yeah.
We've had good catch-up with schools from Dubai and New Zealand and Australia. And look, you play on your circuits every year and you build up these rivalries, and these young players, these boys and girls get huge opportunities. But to take that internationally, you've got to hope they make the most of it and memories stick with them forever.
Yeah, massively. Our under-18s played against Nelson on Monday, so the school from New Zealand. Great experience, lost 17-10, but what an experience for the boys. They all came back to school buzzing from it, and I know these boys will be buzzing for this as well. Playing on RE1, great privilege.
Those Nelson boys could really play too.
Yeah, there's a bit of a clip going around of one of the guys putting a tackle in one of the later games. It's if you get a chance to see it, it's some shot.
I love the fact that there are clips that do the rounds now, and they'll be talking about them.
Let's hope there's one from this game.
Well, there might be here with this little inside pass. It's good handling and a good response here from Waterloo schools.
They're playing with great width, actually.
They must be absolutely buzzing to be here as well. Belgian rugby is not in a bad spot. They're in the top tier now of the Rugby Europe Championship. They've got a team in the Super Cup as well, the Belgian Devils, and it's great to see the schoolboys here at the biggest tournament in the world and weaving in and out and trying to get away from the final tackler. But KCS Wimbledon can snaffle that ball inside their own 22, and they survive. They're holding on to this small lead in the first half.
It's been great for this particular group of boys, actually. Today they had a tough under 15-a-side season in the autumn term, and lots of learnings. They never gave in, but the 7-a-side we feel really suits them. Defending bravely right now.
That's such a good tackle, but the penalty is yielded. So just as a little update on so far today, KCS won their opening game 31-0 against St Olave's, and then Waterloo Schools got a 24-5 win over the Perth School, and here they are with some space on the left-hand side to attack, and they get their first try. 7-5, tough conversion to come, but just reward for a good bit of pressure inside the 22.
Yeah, it's a great try, and there doesn't have to be anything special there. Just fix the defender, good skill set. They got it out wide. No, really good try.
Do we talk about how much we hope the youngsters enjoy it? The players of all ages, the ever-expanding girls' competition, the boys' competition that's sort of run through rugby in this country for so long. But talk to me about from a teacher's, a coach's perspective. You guys look forward to it as well?
Oh, massively. I mean, this is a great week. You know, really good week. It's great to get around people, have a chat, see some unbelievable rugby. Ultimately, rugby needs some love right now.
Yes, yeah.
We're banging the drum at KCS Wimbledon. We're only just up the road. It took me a 10-minute walk through the golf course to get here. And we're just trying to keep as many players in the game as possible.
Took me longer than that in the queue for the car park.
Yeah, it was a steady walk. But we're just desperate. We do a lot of touch rugby at Kings as well to keep them in the game if they don't want to play contact. And we just put the onus on the parents and on the pupils to tell us what they want out of the provision.
Well, you used the L word there. You said rugby needs a little bit of love. I think it's important to realise that there are still a lot of people, a lot of demographics, a lot of age groups who are still in love with the sport, and I think this week is a massive example of that. It's bigger and better than ever. This already the biggest sevens tournament in the world, and KCS at the outside. Oh, they've gone left, back to the right, using the full width.
Let's see if he goes into the post. No. But a great try nonetheless. That's Ethan Bennett out there. So he plays 16A football this term, which is great. So great to see him out playing rugby. We've also got Noah Porter out there in the green boots in midfield who linked the pass there. He's a first 11 footballer this term. So, you know, sevens rugby is something they tag on alongside that.
Well, the good thing about having footballers in your team is you can kick drop goals like that. Converted for 14-5. Lovely skill set there, though, using the full width of this really wide pitch. And again, we've say rugby needs love, but sport needs love, and it's great to know that you are using the opportunity of playing multiple sports to let these young men enjoy themselves and express themselves on whatever pitch they want.
Yeah, massively. Our core sports this term are rowing, hockey and football, and then the sevens, and we had an under-15 cup run as well that ended at Twickenham last Thursday.
Lovely.
So we just tag that in just where we can, really.
God, imagine playing at Twickenham with you.
Yeah,
mate.
it was something else. It was some experience.
So they get to sort of change in the changing rooms and everything.
Yeah, they weren't in the number one, but it was still better than most of the changing rooms I grew up in Derby.
Yeah. Yes. Whereabouts in Derby?
Oh, just in the Peak, Ashbourne, Derbyshire.
Oh, lovely part of the world.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, here we go again. Are we going to have an end-to-end thriller here? Oh, brilliant strength, brilliant pace, but a brilliant recovery tackle. The offload is spot on. Waterloo Schools come back, and we are seeing the very best of these two young teams on pitch RE1.
How good's that try?
Oh,
how good is that try there? A couple of handoffs, great offload.
Staying in the fight in defence as well. Full-blooded rugby. Easier conversion this time to make it a 2-point game. And it is. And we'll have time to restart before half-time. Yeah, thanks for coming up and having a chat.
No, I love it. What a view up here, by the way.
Do you know what? They're quite long days, and we do every game. But standing here and watching great rugby, watching young players enjoy themselves, seeing everybody come past, seeing you were talking about the social there with seeing the other teachers as well, just watching everyone in a good mood. It's the days fly by.
Here we go, game on.
Well, looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've made some subs. Good to see some fresh legs out there.
Well, the squads are very much tested in this format. Oh, is that a knock-on?
Yeah, knock-on there.
That might take us to half-time. And it does. What a game. 14-12. Which means that we can continue the conversation. Yeah. How far out from the tournament do they start to get the buzz? Because Joe Burns down there, he'll be coming up the ladder shortly to jump on comms. He played here as a youngster, and he was saying that back when I was in school, you'd get the calendar out, you'd see where Rosslyn Park was, and you'd put a big red ring around it. Is that still the case for a lot of these young lads?
Yeah, I think so. The boys really get excited about the opposition, right? So the draw is everything, and you're,
really?
And you're gutted when you see a group draw where you're playing against teams on your circuit.
Okay.
You know them inside and out. And it's always going to happen, particularly for us being down in London and Surrey, that kind of south of England circuit. But you want somebody different, somebody new. You want a story. These boys are going to have a story in registration tomorrow with their form group.
Yeah,
played against a school from Belgium. And went toe-to-toe. It's been an unbelievable game.
After day one, we spoke to the guys from St Kevin's who've come over on a tour from Australia, and they're going to play at rugby school this weekend as well. And they were saying a similar thing, how excited they were, and they played against one of the schools from Dubai. And he said, well, we were like, where are the lads? And they were with the players that they just played against, and they just sort of disappeared into a corner somewhere, and they were all having a good chat and a good catch-up and finding out about each other. And it's just all part of the experience and learning and growing, and it's lovely.
Oh, massively. And I think the beauty of rugby is so welcoming. You know, the circuit, the schools, everybody. I've seen a real change. I've been 20 years almost teaching and seen an enormous change in kind of the attitude amongst directors of sport, directors of rugby, where everybody wants to get on. Everybody wants to try and find the best fit, the best fixture, the best competition out there, and everybody's working together, which is great.
Well, this one aside then, what is the best fixture? What's the one all the KCS boys look forward to?
Yeah, good question. Really good question. I don't want to upset anybody here. So yeah, we're lucky. We play against a lot of good schools. Down in Surrey, we play against you St John's and schools like that. In London, we've got across the different terms: Dulwich College, Whitgift, Hampton.
Crikey.
So we're really lucky. We don't have to travel too far for good competition.
No.
So yeah. But don't get me wrong. Being here during this week, it's nice to be able to get the opportunity to play against somebody different. Right?
And what about moving out of school and maybe into universities or jobs or whatever they do? Do you encourage the boys to continue with their rugby journey wherever that takes them?
Yeah, big time. We had a good turnout from the old boys at Twickenham on Thursday. So
Great.
lads who had played first team at the school getting in touch, coming down. They were coming from all over Exeter, Durham, and it was nice to hear them still playing. It's tough. Uni rugby's tough these days.
Oh, I am the biggest uni rugby bore. Anyone who wants to hear me talk about Buck Super Rugby on a Wednesday. In fact, we've got Alex Kay just down there, who I was chatting to before this game started. He was head of rugby at Durham, and they won the league last 2 years in a row. And it's brilliant. I love it. And again, the adventure continues, doesn't it? Oh, here's a nice ball and a nice opportunity for the Waterloo boys.
Brilliant. We've got to make our tackles here.
It's physical, isn't it?
Yeah, they've come fired up. Here we go, Andy again. He's got serious pace, this boy.
One man to beat.
Great tackle.
On tackling to touch as well, and he's absolutely fuming.
He's frustrated. You love to see that passion, though, don't
yeah,
you?
Of course.
Brilliant.
Of course.
Absolutely brilliant.
It's good to see it mean a lot to these boys, and that's the thing with schoolboy rugby as well, and university rugby to an extent, is they might go on to play for a club, they might play professionally, they might end up playing for London Cornish Falls on a Sunday, but this is maybe the one time where the badge feels like it means a little bit more, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah, massively. You know, our boys come to us when they're 7 or 8 years old.
Oh, wow.
So lots of them, not all of them. And to play with those guys, like we've had boys finish the first team this year who've played together for 11 years in the same team. That's something else. Like, that probably won't happen again.
It's a lot of bonding, isn't it?
It's unreal.
It's an awful lot of bonding.
It really is. Here we go. This is tight now. Big moment, I think.
Yeah.
Big passage in the game.
Next score's huge.
Yeah.
So after this finishes, then I assume this will be the last hurrah for rugby for a lot of these. Is it cricket in the summer? Is it still football? What are they?
Cricket, tennis, rowing. Again, these boys will do a bit of that.
What a life.
Yeah, it's not the worst, is it?
No.
There we go. Pressure. Just the pressure from Waterloo in defence.
Yeah, they're doing well. They turn the ball over, but it's quite narrow.
Okay, we're short-sided here.
And it's good cover defence. That stop and go nearly works, does work. But it is full-blooded tackling from the Wimbledon boys. Oh, it is in the middle as well, isn't it? Big collisions, gripping that ball. Perhaps a little bit short defensively, and then they reset. God, if you can buy a few seconds at that breakdown, it can very much make the difference.
Just gives you a chance to reset, doesn't it? You know, just slow it down ever so slightly. Send one man in. Here we go. Overlap.
That's the ball.
That's the ball. Great pass. Okay, got to keep him wide here.
Oh, he's gone wide. You know, I think he could have bought another couple of metres there, but Waterloo take the lead. They've come from behind to do so. Game on, 14-17.
Yeah, this is tight now. This is an important kick. Nice to see him take it from the right side there. There's not a lot of space there with the 10. So.
Yeah. Although, worth pointing out that if you're in the lead, it's worth taking it because the clock keeps ticking. You can put a real big right foot through it. If it goes over the 10, someone's got to go and fetch it.
Yeah, I certainly know where mine would go. It'd be like my drive on the first on Sunday.
Oh, so you have a little knock around the golf course as well, do you?
Occasional, yeah.
It's coming to that time of year, isn't it? I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big winter golfer.
No.
I don't fancy it.
No, it is grim out there.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. We need to knuckle down. Let's have a look at the body language for a start.
Yeah, someone just coming up to this 10 metre to prevent the short restart. The contest at the restarts is something that I'm still getting my head round. It is absolutely astonishing.
Well, yeah, last year I came down, I had a mate's lad play for Wellington who won the under-18s.
Yes, yeah.
And I watched the Friday afternoon, and they'd focused purely on that, and it was my mate's lad who was competing at the restarts.
Okay.
And it was a huge factor against Millfield in the final. Being able to get up athletically and essentially get the ball back, right? That's what it's about. You want time with the ball.
Well, this sport is an absolute nightmare if you can't get your hands on it.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And we've seen some great teams bow out of this competition simply because they've spent 3 or 4 minutes without the ball.
Yeah, line out still, that's a big moment there.
Well, it's a big moment if they can turn it into some points, and they've got a great chance to. Another great show of pace on the outside, but a big tackle.
Great tackle.
Need to not overcommit to this breakdown now. Oh, there's so much space out here on the right-hand side. The defence is stretched. It's a 4th score. And now it is an uphill struggle for your KCS boys.
Yeah, and you can't argue. I'm watching this right now, and as a rugby fan, you can't really argue about the scores. That's a great try. Pulled us right, pulled us left. It all came from the line-out steal. You know, competitive line-outs at under 16. You know, it's uncompetitive, or uncontested, should I say, at under 15, and then under 16, it's all on.
It is such a tiny thing in the grand scheme of rugby. That's a much better strike.
Since like that.
Yeah, he has. So 2-score game, 14-26, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Which can be a lot of time in rugby sevens. But a school from Belgium coming and potentially winning against a well-known rugby school like yours, in the grand scheme of the game, it's probably good news.
That's great for them. Yeah, I mean, and we need to see more of these European schools coming over. I think definitely. I'd be a big advocate for it. I know in the Netherlands they're also playing lots now as well.
Well, so in terms of developing countries, is that going a bit long? Is that going to go? You don't want to make that mistake.
There's a chance.
So Lynn Jones, the legendary Welsh coach, he's currently coaching the Netherlands. Right. Mike Ford's coaching Germany. You know, they're seriously investing in the future of their sport with top level coaches. So.
Yeah. And sevens is the entry.
Yes,
it's the entry point. We've seen it internationally. We've seen it with Kenya.
Yeah.
And sevens is the entry point. It's such a great game.
Hitting the line well there. Not seen a lot in an attacking sense from KCS. He did well to hold on there. The offload could have gone forward. It's scrappy at the breakdown. The ball's gone backwards.
Ethan's got pace here. Couldn't get away. We need to shift this now.
It needs to go, and there might be some space if it does. Not sure that the missed pass was the right option. Oh, that bouncing ball is a killer, and it's still bouncing. Oh, the pressure coming on. I think we saw the footballer in him there with a slide tackle towards the touchline.
You said it. You've got to use the hands there. The miss really isn't the play sometimes in sevens. Fix the man. Use the skill set.
Oh, very good. So, do you think there'll be any of the younger or older pupils maybe watching this on their device in school with an ear pod in when they should be doing something else?
Couldn't comment. not at a school like ours. I certainly know the PE department while we're watching it in the office right now, which I'm worried about.
Well, a very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching around the world. Great to have your company.
Let's go, Andy.
Are we going to have a grandstand finish? Our clock's gone red, but just a reminder, it's not linked in with the referee's watch, so there might be time to restart, but if it's going to happen, it's going to have to happen quickly. It's been a cracking game, though.
It's been awesome. We've been so impressed with Waterloo. They're just, they've clearly well coached. They've come here. They mean business. It's a long way to come, isn't it, just to be a part of it? So,
I think so. But again, just think about how excited they must be to come and play internationally. Such a world-renowned tournament. Oh, here we go. Committing numbers, the Waterloo boys. They were 4 in and around that tackle.
A couple of quick passes wide, we could be in. Great defence again.
One more might do it. Here we go. Foot race. Well read. Well tackled too.
Yeah. Ball's out.
And the turnover, and maybe the chance to add a little bit of sheen. Oh no, coughed up once more. And that is full time. Huge congratulations to Waterloo. Winners here by 16 points to 24.
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, mate. Yeah, and you. I'd say, good morning if you're...
Well, short waits for the ball to make its way to the pitch, but we're just about ready to go. It's Ipswich versus Marlborough, two pretty similar kits, but I can tell you that Ipswich are on the left and Marlborough are on the right. Marlborough, certainly at senior level, had a pretty good year, going deep into the Schools Cup. And it will be Marlborough who'll kick off. And I'm going to be commentating this purely on eyesight because it is so sunny here that I can't really see the monitor properly. I mean, that's an indication of the weather that we're enjoying here on the Wednesday. Everyone predicted rain, but the rugby gods have blessed us with Sevens sunshine. Oh, and the rugby gods have blessed Marlborough with the most mischievous of bounces. They score straight from the kickoff. That has to be a candidate for the quickest try ever scored at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. Well, let the ball bounce at your peril. Marlborough in the lead. They slot the conversion. 7-0. Well, here we go. We had to put it into slow-mo so that we got enough footage to show you. There's the bounce, there's the collect. And it was easy street right under the uprights. Ipswich shook in the opening seconds, but skipping and weaving up to the 10 and then bouncing back through the middle. He had some numbers out on the right-hand side, but Ipswich recycle pretty efficiently. It's a loose offload, and Marlborough again first to the awkward bounce. Strong counter-rucking effort. But Ipswich are still in defence. Two look to pounce upon the ball on the jackal. That is out if Ipswich can respond quick enough, but Marlborough have it. Loop round. And all gobbled up and, well, unrobed. There we go. It skins. But Marlborough, well, back on the ball, back, flashing down the right-hand side, and back in the tries. That's their second. They stretch their lead. Well, that is a sweetly struck conversion attempt. Referee doesn't blast his whistle, though. He did blast his whistle. I'm going deaf up here. That was one right out of the screws. That's worthy replay. We can just see the lad getting his kit back on, having been stripped in the tackle in more senses than one. So Ipswich, again in the hands of their playmaker, looking to work the middle, and the delay on the pass just gives Marlborough enough opportunity to dislodge the ball in the tackle. Just a little bit ponderous from Ipswich at the moment. Yet to find their rhythm. And Marlborough are snapping at every opportunity that's given to them. Good defence sees them with a prime piece of attacking real estate. Centre field, huge blindside to work with. They're all stacked on the right, and the scrum half will go feed the fly half to centre to wing, and a good decisive tackle out there presents Ipswich with the jackal opportunity. Off they go. Long way to go, and that's sevens for you. That's a bit of a crawl along the floor. Ipswich may be fortunate to come away with that, but they do come away with it. And they're looking to exploit the left-hand side. Good contest at the ruck at the moment from both these sides. That's a bit more secure for Ipswich and faster ball to play with. Their playmaker once again, the narrow line, finds two dark jersey defenders. Pick and go. And just, asking a bit too much of the fingertips of the first receiver. Ipswich give up a knock on. And Marlborough back on the ball. Back with another scrum. They rather squandered a much better placed scrum moments ago. But they gather it cleanly again. Well picked up off the toes. Loop play. And here's a one-on-one opportunity out wide. Wow, the offload. Asked too much. And Ipswich play with knock-on advantage. If they come down this right-hand side, there is an avenue, but instead, they go with the pick and go again. The handling skills put under too much pressure. Was penalty advantage, so Ipswich, with 2 minutes left of this first half, with the chance to maybe burst the halfway threshold, and they do so. Bit of directness out in that 5-metre channel, and Ipswich happy to travel from the ruck before giving it. They bounce back inside, maybe there's an opening. Closed up, and well, the tackler didn't release. He was looking for the pop off the floor to maintain the continuity. And here are Ipswich knocking on again, and Marlborough snaffling up the loose ball. And a bit of a messy, unsatisfying few minutes in this first half. Started with a bang, but a slew of handling errors means we're seeing a few more scrums than the Sevens purists would appreciate. Well, off they go, Marlborough. Claggy ground underneath makes the going tough, and the scrum half takes himself to the floor. Recycled, and he's back on the ball, but the turnover good. Ipswich in transition. Almost going inside, but they will go to the width. Again, they bounce back inside. Not keen on exploring anywhere kind of beyond outside the 15-metre channel. Lovely ball, that. Super flat, inviting the winger onto it. And Marlborough are defensively tough, aren't they? Ball over the top. Ipswich, ball in one hand, the offload, big fend coming out, and now the burst of pace. The finish to match. Ipswich finally get on the board in the closing moments of this first half. The going's been tough, but they've got there, and they've given themselves a great opportunity to maximise this and make it a 7-pointer. Which they do, and that signals the end of the first half, with Marlborough leading Ipswich 14 points to 7. A tight affair here on RE1 between Ipswich and Marlborough in the under-16 boys Colts. Group D this is, and Marlborough in possession. They're the ones leading 14 points to 7, scoring right from the kickoff in the first half. I wonder if the statistics do exist for the fastest ever try scored. I reckon that that'll be banging on the door. High hanging kickoff, one bounce, collected, streaked across the line. But Ipswich have battled, and they battled to get that try at the death in the first half, so they're within a score. You're just beginning to see, after 2.5 days of furious action on RE1, the pitch beginning to get that little bit claggier. That's a nice offload down the short side before Ipswich run out of room tight to the touchline. Marlborough with a bit of pressure still. It's their line out, but they're only 10 metres from their try line. Set piece really pleasingly contestable in rugby sevens. The scrums aren't a sure thing, and certainly this line out is going to be quite pressurised, and you do see a Ipswich hand get in to disrupt. That's a good kick. Wind moving right to left, and it's not cleanly collected, and it's gobbled up by the Marlborough winger. Pins his ears back, bounces inside, on his way to the posts, and Marlborough in for their third. Well, it all came from that high kick that hung in the wind here. Really, really troublesome Gary Owen. I'm not sure if the intention was to keep it in play, whether it deviated because of the wind that's blowing through. It's not a gale. How about that? That's the scene, isn't it? When you're not playing, you're tucking in to the marvellous grub here at the Rosslyn Park Sevens, and here's a sighting of the kick. Not gathered cleanly the first time, then knocked on, bounce off the shin. For Marlborough, this has been a game of good fortune bounces. But you make your own luck in sevens, you work hard, you get the breaks, and Marlborough have got the tries. Game paused at the moment for a player receiving some attention underneath the upright. One of the Ipswich boys. That's going to be the end of his participation in this game for the moment. The conversion is then taken, successfully so. Not a kick missed from the 4 tries scored in this game so far. And Marlborough in the driving seat, 3.5 minutes to go. Leading by 2 converted scores. Ipswich need a response. And that response will do very nicely from the kick-off. Bit of a feint of the head, and he backs his pace, but that's a brilliant tackle. Last-ditch stuff. And a lot of pressure on the half-back. Puts pressure on the first receiver, who finds a friend, albeit via a bounce backwards. And here's the new man, who's just excited us with the break and a straightening of the line. Good offload, still alive for Ipswich. Can they ship it to the right? They've got the numbers, but they come back to the left. Lovely delayed pass to the big man, who steamrolls over the first defender and ultimately trips over him. Ipswich feeling the rhythm, sensing a try, a hitch kick, and a lovely ball out in front of the winger to accelerate onto, but the defence resolute. Marlborough being tested, but they're coming up with the answers. Free kick to Marlborough. So this will be the exit that they're after. They're going to put it through the hands. Again, looping play. And shoveled out. Extravagant step that isn't bought. But he gets the offload away. Just a little seam in the defence that has been broken through. The shallow sweeper goes straight in for the jackal. Well, I'm not sure if he was supporting his body weight, but maybe he got enough of the ball to warrant the penalty. Ipswich still in the hunt. Ipswich searching for a score to bring them back into this game. A 2-on-1. The pass is good. The finish is pacey. He needs to get as close to the uprights as he can for the conversion. And he does his level best. Big kick to come. If this goes over, Ipswich are back to within a converted score. Doesn't land it though, so Ipswich will need 2 tries if they are to turn this into a win. Real tight game, impressive defence. Both attacks maybe lacking a little bit of fluidity. And that's a very contestable kick-off, almost won by Ipswich, but knocked forward, and Marlborough play with the advantage. Advantage will be over because they've chewed up some meterage on their way to the halfway line. Another jackal attempt from Ipswich. They really are competing hard on the floor. And here's the man who started the scoring from that kick-off bounce. It looks like he will finish. Not sure about the goading. Well, he finishes the job. And he finishes the job for Marlborough. They've wrapped this match up. They get themselves a 4th try. Looks like it'll be converted to. We'll have time for a restart. We'll get another one. He just found that fracture around the fringe, didn't he? Spotted the gap. Not sure I can condone the goading as he goes across the line. And Marlborough from the restart put it out on the full. So free kick restart. Can't end the game like that. And Ipswich choose to run through the blue jerseys instead of around. A lovely switch, but again the footing lost. Good power, good leg drive to get the extra meters in the tackle. And Ipswich smell a 3rd. A lot of Marlborough numbers in there resourcing the ruck. They go to the short side, Ipswich. Lovely little ball out the back, and there comes the big bosh. Job done for Ipswich, but ultimately they are going to run out 2nd best in this Group D match. Marlborough the victors, but Ipswich with plenty to take into their next matches. Hell of a conversion effort. That rattles the upright. But that's that. Final score 28-17 to Marlborough. That try at the end, delivering Ipswich's 3rd. An entertaining game in Group D. And Bishop Stortford High School versus Stanwell School to come next. Bishop Stortford against Stanwell School, getting underway. Stortford in pink and Stanwell in the yellow and blue, and it is Stanwell who are on the march at the moment. But running out of pitch to work with. So Stortford, who were pretty unmistakable in that flash of shocking pink, on the ball and demonstrating some nice hands and then a bit of pace. The offload doesn't find a teammate, so they're spun around Stortford, they collect, and that's a smart bit of play off the floor. They go arcing round, circumventing the Stanwell defence. He's got the gas, he's got too much gas. He's got a teammate with him, but he won't use him. Searing pace from Stortford. First try of the match to the boys in pink. Well, it was all came from that busy work on the floor, just delayed dropping on the ball and then flipping it up. And that's a fair bit of pace from the number 9. Can't quite make out the name on the back of the jersey. And Stortford dribble a tricky one just across the 10-metre, and it's a really good kickoff routine because it's going to yield them their second try. And this one might go all the way underneath the uprights. Yes, they do. Great heads-up rugby. Spotting the opportunity from the kickoff and well converted, emphatically converted. Conversion added. And Stortford off to a very bright start here, almost as bright as their jerseys, but not sure anything is as bright as that at Rosslyn Park this week. And this time from the kickoff, they send Stanwell all the way back to their 5-metre line. Well, the G-force generated in the tackle made the offload a little bit too pacey to take, and they've done really well to retain that Stanwell. They go to the boot. It's not quite going to make the touchline. In fact, it does. Stanwell at the moment just struggling to find their groove. Being asked to defend again. No one seemingly in much of a rush to get to this line out. Only 2 in there, straight to the man at the front. So lots of pink jerseys out here. But unfortunately, it's going to be a free kick against Stortford. So Stanwell throwing it along the chain, getting to the flank, and here comes a bit of pace and good power as well in the tackle to bump off the defender. Oh, just takes his eye off the ball, and transition ball for Stortford to attack with. Beautiful feet, inside, outside, and back out again. Still, he's not been dragged down. All the numbers, just need some smart hands here. But the cover defence almost coming across to thwart Stortford. But in the end, too strong and too much to do. Stortford across for their third try, 17-0. They lead with the kick to come. So this is the Group Plate B. We're in the under-14s here, of course. It's a little replay here of those evasion skills. And then a 12-7 delayed switch and just managing to wriggle out of the tackle. Stanwell yet to play in the Stortford half, but those smart hands are pretty nice, and they fashion an opportunity to drop it on the toe and set chase. Well, that's well spotted by the referee. You can't change your line whilst heading for the ball, and there was some obstruction there on the Stanwell player. And from that penalty, well, they've worked themselves back behind the halfway line. And it's a little bit high for a moment, that tackle. And Stortford are going to be penalised at the breakdown. Stanwell want to play. They're in a hurry. They tap and they're off. Referee will call them back. Top tip, don't take the tap behind the referee's back. They'll always call you back. This time, the referee satisfied, but Stanwell won't be satisfied with that handling as they cough up the ball. And oh, that is a brilliant tap tackle. That's one of the best. That's as good as scoring a try. And we're going to honour it with a replay. There he goes, sets off. Looks like he's got the gas. Desperate stuff, accurate stuff. There's a real sort of artistry to a tap tackle. We love the bone-crunching hits, but a good tap tackle just slightly trumps it, in my opinion. Stanwell, in the dying embers of this first half, are being asked to go from nigh on their try line. Well, we spoke about the tap tackle. There was the bone cruncher from Stortford, and a wrestle in the dead ball area sees the end of that first half. Stortford leading 19 points to 0. 3 tries in the bag. Much to do for Stanwell.
I will come back, so we're going to go watch U14. God help us. Who let you breathe?
Bishop Stortford in possession with Stanwell kicking us off, and Bishop Stortford have been a team who've been in the mood all week. Undefeated so far. They took down Hereford Cathedral School this morning, 65-0. So Stanwell up against a tough opponent today. And Bishop Stortford had a really good Tuesday as well, beat Loughborough Grammar, Devonport, Stockport, and came unstuck against Stowe, 21-12, narrowest of margins. Stanwell still searching for that first score, just searching for a way through this pink defence. There are numbers here for them on the left, but instead they jag back to the right. More changing of direction and points of attack, and there's some fast hands. Oh, that one needed to stick as the space was opening up. That might be, well, it won't be a yellow card, but certainly not much opportunity to catch it when you're sticking a flat palm like that out. So from the penalty, Stanwell attacks. Stanwell, ball in one hand, just looking to manipulate the defence. Another knockdown from Bishop Stortford, 2 in a row, as the Pinks are marched back, and Stanwell go searching, go hunting for their opening try of the match. 2 to tackle and stripped as well. Stortford beginning to pour forward. The left end, oh, an extravagant offload right into the hands of their flyer, who shows his fending skills as well, but the support on hand. 2 fabulous offloads, 1 great try. Stortford across for their 4th. And a real tall order now for Stanwell, if they're going to get back into this. Well, that was the big wahoo from the right hand. Beautiful spiral on it as well. And then that was good. Kept the defender at arm's length and freed up the left hand. And that young man was working hard on the trailing line. And he gets rewarded with a try. Stanwell looking brighter in this second half. They haven't got any points to show for it, but definitely with a lot more zest in attack. And that is, well, only penalised for a knock-on. I was going to say possibly the most obvious hands in the ruck scenario you've ever seen. But they get away with a scrum instead. Stanwell had a decent day yesterday themselves. Kingsdale Foundation School, Shrewsbury and the Lees all defeated, but Cheltenham College proving too good for them in their final game. They got off to a nice win against Hereford Cathedral School this morning, 24-7. Bishop Stortford proven to be a different prospect here on RE1. And well, the stud's not doing their job on that occasion, but he recovers. And a popped ball inviting his runners onto it. Isn't collected, but from the bounce, the Pinks maintain possession. And still they offload. It's really impressive work from Bishop Stortford, moving the defence around with their passes and their offloads. The referee is happy with that being flat. The bounce pass, so difficult to defend. And well finished in the end underneath the uprights. Bishop Stortford on their way to another big victory, and having not conceded any points so far today. Loads of room, loads of pace. And the chaser not able to catch him. So 31-0, Bishop Stortford lead. 96 points they've scored in their opening 2 matches so far this morning. They're knocking on 100's door. Not cleanly taken by Stanwell, so Stortford will have a scrum here and a good launch pad to go after another try, go after that score that would take them to a ton. And this is the plate competition, remember. And with teams as good as Bishop Stortford High School in the plate, it really makes you marvel at the prospect of who we'll be seeing in the cup later here on RE1. Great strength and determination to get through the tackle, but picked off on the offload. Stanwell, here they come. Can they get their score? Good defensive read, but skipped inside. He's looking isolated out there, but it's all right being isolated when you're as fast as that young man. Pins his ears back, he won't be caught. Bishop Stortford concede for the first time today, and Stanwell have grafted, and they've continued to believe, and they deservedly get across the paint for their first score of the match. The conversion won't be added, and we've got time for a restart for one more score. Gets it to his man, he stepped inside and then went the long way round, and once he was free, he was gone. Great turn of pace, great speed, endurance, and Stanwell have given Bishop Stortford a taste of their own medicine from kickoff time. They dribble one cutely just beyond the 10-metre line. They gather and they're in behind the pink defence. Looking to finish with another score, goes for the intercept, and it was batted up. You could see him lurking with intent. Bishop Stortford will finish the game with only 6 as a yellow card is brandished. Stanwell looking for a second, stepping inside, meeting the final defender. Oh, and the transfer's good. Is there enough power? Oh, just about. A strong finish in this second half for Stanwell School. They battle throughout. And almost adds the conversion, but instead takes a lick of paint and doesn't manage to navigate its way through. So final score here, Bishop Stortford High School 31, Stanwell School 10. Against the King's School Macclesfield. King's Mac, their 18s almost going all the way in the Vars yesterday, defeated by Rugby in the final, but a fine showing from the King's Mac boys. And they're showing some nice handling here early and a desire to get wide and to put the foot down. There goes Hunter, number 14, and he won't be hunted down. Too much pace for the Oundle defence. Alfie Wilson giving his best. But Kings Mac on the board in fast fashion. Classic sevens, get it to the edge. Back your gas, man. And once he was gone, he was gone. But Kings Mac, good kickoff routine as well. Well contested, batting it back, but looks like they've won it on the floor as well. Oundle pressing through, good pressure and a wonderful hit. Bang on the money, committed to the tackle. Some lovely fluency to the way that Kings Mac are playing, and how about that for a dummy? Doesn't quite have the pace to finish the job and shovels an offload, which is too awkward for the support to take, but we're seeing glimpses of why Kings Mac are right here looking to go deep into the cup. He defeated University College School, Claysmore, Dulwich in an absolute epic yesterday, 40-35. They beat Dulwich. Wow, that would have been a hell of a game to be feasting your eyes on. And Oundle finally get their hands on the ball to show what they can do in attack, and they're all wrapped up by the boys in blue, the Kings Mac lads. Tackle, jackal, try. That's how it's done. Well, James Nichols just getting a little bit isolated there, and too many Kings Mac men to fend off. No conversion added. And Kings Mac in command at the moment. Oundle will want to get some good quality possession. Steepling kick, right on the money, bang on the touchline. So difficult to take as it swirls in the wind and spins you on your heels. And you can see the frustration there. This is how sevens go sometimes. Just nothing going your way in the opening minutes, trailing by a couple of scores, and you just need something to go your way. Kings Mac at the moment are finding a way to get it into their flyer Hunter's hands, and just like he did to open the scoring, he makes sure of it. Little celeb coming from the head-guarded Hunter. A deadly finisher. Kings Mac in for a third. And Oundle just questing for a bit of quality possession, bit of time on the ball. Kings Mac have shown themselves to be ruthless. The Oundle, no slouches themselves. 50-0 their score against Leicester Grammar School yesterday. They took down Kesbath, Taunton as well, and they started proceedings with a win this morning as well. So we're yet to see the best of Oundle in attack so far. Wrapped up in the tackle, presented quickly, and here's a chance for them now. Wilson at first receiver. The pivot to get the ball to the flanks, and swarming defence from Kings Mac. They just about managed to get themselves down. Onto the boots from Wilson. He's in pursuit as well. Well collected by Kings Mac, but it was advantage being played, and Oundle have a penalty to attack from. 4 minutes and 42 seconds of the half gone. Touch found by Alfie Wilson. Charlie Hoyle is a man in a hurry to take the line out. Eventually, we've got the right numbers. And off Oundle go. Wilson, big long ball out to the flank, backing the skills, backing the pace of Karpanos. Oundle across the halfway line, courtesy of AJ Halstead. Wilson back on the ball, all of his men are in front, but that's a cute kick and it invites the chase from Hoyle. The referee spotting that they were just a couple of steps ahead. Nice invention from the Oundle playmaker. But the Kings Mac lads are back on the ball, and when they are on the ball, they tend to score. And they find the seam and the ball round the back, and they've got pace to burn, but a brilliant tackle. Last ditch, another one coming in. Oundle fighting so hard, and they force the knock-on. Advantage for Oundle, who'll have to go from deep in this final minute of the first half. Boot to ball from Wilson, that'll be advantage played, and they don't want it in Hunter's hands because we've seen his skills, we've seen his pace, but how about that for a tackle from Selorm Agra. More desperate defence from Oundle as Kings Mac begin to find their form. Well, the pace injection, then the dummy. An excellent finish, and Kings Mac across for their fourth. Well, the conversion sails over, and a real entertaining first half, and seeing some wonderful pace and ball handling skills, confidence on the ball from the boys in blue Kings Mac. Oundle fighting hard, but they need to find an extra gear in the second half if they're to overturn this 22-0 scoreline.
So they're like, yeah, you are going to be late in the day. Not really. You well? Yeah, good mate. That time. So you're on the Japan high train as well. Your thoughts? I mean, that's not good for you. So it's going to be like, oh, actually, yeah.
Kings Mac get us underway. They don't go the requisite 10 metres. So an early opportunity for Oundle, who were cheered on by their supporters on the far side. Fresh, injection of pace and ambition, but bouncing off Wilson's chest and off Kings Mac go. They look so good on the ball, knowing when to give the pass, knowing when to drop the shoulder and test the defensive mettle of Oundle. Keep it tight as one of the Oundle boys wrestles with his jersey. Another big hit coming in. But off goes Shepherd. Shepherd being hounded by 3 Oundle jerseys. But Shepherd making his way successfully to the line. Great defensive commitment from Oundle. But Shepherd, too good. Well, I'd love to pay credit. Oh, there he is, Harry Nath. is the man wearing number 5, who's putting a couple of bone-crunching hits on the Kings Mac players. Great technique, great timing on the tackles as well. Here he is on the ball, showing what he can do in attack, and he's a bit of a breeze block to knock over because he shrugs off the tackle, and Oundle come away with possession, but they can't use it. Halstead just losing it forward. So this is the Under-14 Boys Cup. And up next, we've got the Under-16s. Dunottar School against Harrow School. Harrow, the reigning champions. Led to the title by the hugely impressive Kepu Tuipulotu last year, who's making great waves himself at an international level now. He was playing for England Under-18s at the weekend in their match against France. So interesting to see the next players off the Harrow rugby production line up next in the Under-16s. And Oundle finding space with some good handling. A risky offload, but it needed to be made. Great pickup from AJ Halstead, who swung and wrestled, and well, there was a hand in there on the floor. Referee says play on. He's satisfied, and Kings Mac goes slaloming through the Oundle defensive jerseys. Oh, that's a nasty fall on the floor, just taking the back of the head of the Kings Mac boy. Looks to be okay, but referee absolutely right to stop that. Any hint of a serious injury to the head needs to be addressed immediately when you're dealing with schoolboy rugby. That was, how did he get that away? Oundle with AJ Halstead has the ball in. Wilson on the ball, distributing out wide. Oundle step back inside this time. Milo Lynch. Here they come. Pass doesn't get away in time from Harry Nathan. Kings Mac set upon it. Footballing skills and need a bit too far. The dead ball line, beating everyone to it. And off they go. Quick 22 dropout. That's what needs to be done. Oundle need to catch Kings Mac when they're disorganised, but they also need to catch the ball. A knock on their undoing, just on the outskirts of their 22. 2.5 minutes left. Kings Mac in command. Another knock on, this time from a Kings Mac hand. This will play nicely into the Kings Mac hands. The clock is certainly their friend with the scoreline looking like this. 2 minutes remaining. And we'll get another scrum. Who says that sevens isn't one for the purists? Real hive of activity here at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. You can just sort of see the hubbub in the background. Obviously, the Sweets gazebo, pretty popular round here, and somebody who's going to be very popular is the number 11 for Kings Mac, who scores a lovely try, simple hands, a diving finish, and Kings Mac move to 30. They rush the conversion, which doesn't sail over. And look at that. Identifying the space, drawing in the defenders, timing the pass. Kings Mac making sevens look pretty simple right now. Nay, looking for someone to switch with him. Finds his teammate. And still, Oundle go. Good offloading play between the big men. The big don't argue comes out, and Tom Kapadia is going to make his way across the Kingsmack try line. Oundle deservedly get their score. They've battled throughout. They've come up against stiff opposition. At the end of the match, with a try to the big number one, Tom Kapadia. A memento for the number one to take home. A try on RE1 at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. Game time on RE1. We're back to the under-16s. The boys Colts and Harrow School in their distinctive navy and white hoops are lining up on the right-hand side. They've defeated George Watson's College 28-12 and Collegiate 40-0 on their way to this showdown with Dunottar, who themselves defeated Collegiate by a whisker, but they came unstuck in heavy scoring fashion against George Watson's College. So Harrow probably the favourites here, and they've got a reputation to defend. They've got a title to defend, because they were the ones claiming the trophy last year, beating their old rivals Eton in the final. But new faces in the new age group, so they've got to go all the way again if they're to lift the silverware. And what's going to help them is an early yellow card for the Dunottar. Harrow playing against 6 and bringing loads of power, loads of explosive running. An offload off the floor and out the backdoor pass. And we're seeing quite a lot of what Harrow can do early. That's nice footwork, and then backed up by the switch. The big man on the edge finishes the job. Slick stuff from Harrow. Oh, that is a really pleasingly struck conversion. High and mightily straight through the uprights. As we see the simplicity to that 7 score. Draw the defender, give it to your fast guy, and he'll do the rest. Well, the conversion was struck so sweetly, it went over 2 marquees, and there's been a bit of a delay in retrieving the ball. But finally we get it back, and we can get the contest back underway by finding the only piece of grass that was undefended by the Dunottar school from the kick-off. 1 bounce and out across the touchline. So Dunottar school will have possession, albeit they'll be put under some pressure from the line out, I'd imagine. Harrow offering some decent height there, but well matched by Dunottar. Referee just calling back on the yellow-carded individual. So that'll help Dunottar back to the full complement. Up they go. And space in behind for the kick. 2 Dunottar, 2 Harrow in pursuit, and look at the strength as he wrestles away the would-be defender. He then shows the gas. A brilliant try, and just shows how critical 1 missed tackle can be, albeit against a big strong lad like that. They're tough to drag down. So Harrow in for their 2nd score. No conversion to add, so 12-0, they lead. You just see here, good chase by Dunottar school, well-resourced, couple men there, just getting up and then maybe a touch high on the tackle, and that's why he was able to be swatted away. And then he just backed his pace, didn't he? Well, this time, the kickoff far too ambitious. It's skewed off the boot, straight out to Dunottar. Great bit of possession here. Free tap on the halfway line and a chance to build a bit of momentum. First real sight of them in the Harrow half in attack. Lovely ball, just quite low, asking a lot of his teammate. Did that go backwards? The referee didn't think so. So no sooner do the Dunottar school have possession, they cede it with a knock on. Early stages of this under-16s competition. The under-14s is really beginning to take shape in terms of the plate and the cup. It's going to be another exciting day at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. And the defending champions are playing some pretty exciting sevens, some rapid rugby, some precision passing, and that man's going to get his 2nd. Conversion added to Harrow, up to 19, and there it is again, just drawing the defender, giving the pass. And having mentioned the sweets gazebo, someone has generously just come and handed me a bag of pick and mix, which is bad news for an individual who's given up sweets and chocolate for Lent.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
So, you know, that's going to be temptation right in my paw here.
That's your bag as well.
That is my bag. It's everyone's bag. It's one of the busiest areas of the Rosslyn Park Sevens, and well, it's supercharging these young men who are doing some pretty awesome stuff on the field, converting those simple sugars into simple sevens rugby. And Harrow, I think, have scored that. I'm not quite sure if that has been awarded or not. The half-time has been called. No one's taking a conversion, so I think it's been adjudged to be a knock-on in grounding the ball. So that'll be a lot for the first half here. Harrow leading 19 points to 0 and looking quite comfortable at the moment.
Back underway we go. After I've got in bad books for trying to do a good thing in buying Burnsy some pick and mix. We get back underway. Dunottar trailing Harrow 19-0. Harrow in good nick, 28-12 winners earlier on. We saw them in their first game. Since then, they've gone over to RE3 and beaten Collegiate 40-0. Dunottar had a bit of a tough time of it. They beat Collegiate 12-10, but George Watson's give them a good see into 46-0. So the longer they can stay in the fight here with Harrow, the more pride they'll take from this on RE1. St George's Weybridge and Stockport Grammar next in the under-16s Colts. Then King Ely versus Shiplake. Dunottar rolling away from the tackle, lovely footwork, and they've created 3-on-1. Could have probably gone a little bit quicker. Oh, lovely switch inside. Here we go. Dunottar straight down the middle. Oh, it's physical out there. Now they've got numbers again. Oh, he's gone on his own, and that's why. Little dart on the inside. Great score. Oh, what a finish. So often when you think the space is on the outside, it's straight down the middle. And Dunottar get their first 5-pointer. Oh, straight back on it, Harrow. Oh, but they've thrown the interception. Oh, what a shot! Sit down. Well, Dunottar have managed to turn this ball back over, though. Look a bit of a recharged, regenerated side in this second half. But here are Harrow, taking it directly to the line off, free in the hands, lovely offload, and the dummy as well. The big fend comes out. Crisp passing, but a little bit too hot. Oh, now some space on the left-hand side. One pass. The chase is on, but the chase is futile, and Harrow make it 24 points to 7. Conversion to come. Posting in. Why not? 7:26. Still 3 minutes of this one to go. No, but all offside from the kickoff. Dunottar managed to get one score. Can they get another one? Don't think they're going to be able to do enough to win this game. Oh, and Harrow, absolute nightmare at the breakdown. A little knock-on spotted there, loose ball. Could have been a bit harsh on Dunottar, that. And we stick with the under-16s boys for a little while after this. St George Weybridge against Stockport Grammar next, then Kings Ely v Shiplake. Then we're back into the knockouts, the quarter-final of the under-14 Boys Cup. And it comes from Harrow. And away again. Oh, that's a nice ball and a nice dummy line too, allowing them to free the speed and gallop through the channel. Well worked try, well finished. That'll take them up over 30 points, and Dunottar undone. Quickly taken conversion, good. 7:33. That wraparound move, very tasty indeed. They'll probably try and reclaim this restart too. Just over a minute to go. Restart needs to get its skates on, but Dunottar have caught the ball. Therefore, we go again. Oh, you miss a tackle in the middle and you put away. Big chase, big chase. But he's always fighting a losing battle, gets there in the end. But Harrow with the chance to hit 40, just like they did against Collegiate. And they do. Impressive finish from Harrow School. Second game in a row, they score 40 points. Dunottar getting 7, but it's a comprehensive win and a third win from 3 games for Harrow School. Full-time score, Harrow 40, Dunottar 7. St George's Weybridge kicking off to Stockport Grammar in the boys' Colts. It's a Group E game. St George's receiving that kick-off. Stockport Grammar straight on the ball. They're on a loose pass for St George's. Oh, they thought they could get hold of it, but alas, not the case. 2 wins for St George's, 24-14 over Taunton, 41-5 over St Jean Bourmans College. Stockport Grammar, 1 win, 1 loss. So a must-win game for them. For St George's, they could go 3 from 3 and go through as leaders of the group. It's a little bit loose from them, isn't it? St George's Weybridge, sorry, Stockport Grammar. But they go on the short ball. It's all a bit narrow up there. Does mean there is some width, but they've been turned over. St George's with that maroon chevron on the white jersey, working it up their left-hand side, trying to release the speed, but Stockport unable to make the tackle before St George's go off the feet and concede the penalty. Oh, it's a nice short pass. Oh, moving this really well. A Stockport Grammar up over the 10. And they're lining up to carry the ball, but nobody really on the width. It's a tough old pass off the left hand. Much more confident off the right. Oh, scrappy ball and a big shot, and it squirts loose again. And a little knock-on spotted. Oh, it feels as though we're about to get a little bit of rain. That's the last thing we want. So far, the weather's held up. It's been perhaps a bit better than expected today. It's cloudy, it's chilly. Oh, and tournament director Andy Higgins has just shown his face too. The handsome face of the tournament. Oh, a kick charge down, but it's come back Stockport Grammar's way. Oh, St George is lethal over the ball. Another penalty infringement though. Oh, in fact, it's just a knock on. So we'll restart with the scrum. Still St George's 0, Stockport Grammar 0, 3 minutes gone. Good scrum from St George's. And now the chance to go around the outside, backs himself, gets the big fend, and oh, what a tackle. It's been knocked on, it's still 0-0. Chance of the half so far. I'll tell you what, those of you watching at home, get in touch on social. So these are long days. You'll have heard myself and Joe rotate on commentary, but everyone involved in the production, the direction, the camera work, etc., they all do the long days without a break, and the conversation wavers from here, there and everywhere. They're talking about festival lineups, and the idiots are saying that they think Kendrick Lamar would be a better festival act than Guns N' Roses, which is absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Kendrick's got tunes, but it's not festival music. It's just not. Anyway, back to the rugby. Up and under, inside the 22. St George's receiving that well. Oh, they're all in front of the kicker here. Stockport Grammar, and they're under the pump. Lovely try, under the post. That one is for Slash and Axel. And St George's take the lead. And the conversion's good, 7-0. I've never heard anything so ridiculous. Just think back to when Kanye headlined Glastonbury. One DJ, even Jay-Z didn't bring a live band. Kendrick over Guns N' Roses, never heard anything like it. St George's 7, Stockport Grammar 0. Been a tough 5 minutes actually. Certainly more opportunities for the boys in white. Oh, that one's gone out on the full. Caught the breeze. Actually, it's made its way over to the Hartpury University tent that has seen better days, to be honest. Not sure they've put that up properly. Either way, great to have them here. Oh, forward pass. Stockport Grammar gifting the ball back to St George's Weybridge. And no one really in a rush to set this scrum. I don't blame him either. Any excuse to try and recharge the batteries, try and fill the lungs. Tough all day, 2 o'clock. Still a fair bit of rugby to be played here today. Oh, here's a change of pace. Asking questions of defenders. The third one answers it. And then the offload a little bit too fruity. And that ball out on the far side, inside the last minute. Last minute of the half. Again, it's in the balance, really. St George's will feel like they could be a little bit further ahead. Oh, and they're not straight. Oh, come on, boys. Scrum down. St George's with another opportunity to get a score before half-time. Can they give themselves a 2-score lead? As has become customary, no one defending the short side. So the scrum half, with a little bit of work to do, should his opposite decide to have that dart and 15 metres to run into. I'm surprised he didn't. Oh, empty the tank, but great wherewithal to still keep moving the ball. Oh, well ripped. Great show of strength in St George's. One more go before half-time. Oh, and getting the fend away and managing to keep hold of the ball as well. Not entirely sure how that tackle was missed, but it was. (7-0). Oh, this time Stockport Grammar's ball, but they've seen enough at half-time, don't fancy going the length, and they trail by a score. St George's get us back underway. All taking the man in the air is the call, and that's a nasty fall for the youngster from Stockport. We're going to have further action here from the referee. Doesn't look like it, just a warning and a penalty for Stockport Grammar. Talk about how competitive these restarts are. We just saw a great example of it there, but it just boiled over a little bit. So Stockport Grammar with the first possession of the second half. Give that kick in behind, perhaps could have gone a little bit wider given the amount of pace they've got out here, but instead it's St George's. Can free the hands again. They've done really well there, and they've done really well. Oh, that's a great finish. It's another chase coming in from Stockport Grammar, but hopping over that tackle, burning up the left-hand side and increasing the lead. Excellent finish, and St George's Weybridge closing down on their third win from 3 games in this boys Colts competition. Conversion's good, 14-0. Take another look at this. Yeah, that pass and offload taking out 3 men, and as soon as he got the outside, there was no stopping him. Oh, Butterfingers on the restart, and the pressure on immediately. And then not releasing the ball. And then killing the ball. It's going to cost him a bit of time on the sideline. Stockport Grammar then 14-0 down. St George's in a great spot. Oh, they're going to go straight over. Well, they've not laid a glove on him. That'll be disappointing for Stockport Grammar, but elation for St George's. Successful conversion then, St George's 21. Stockport Grammar 0. God, that high restart. Fumbled. Oh, and the mistakes really costing Stockport Grammar here. St George's, though, just relentless. Going to move that ball quickly, move around the defenders who've come rushing out of the line, and it was good pressure to force the knock on. And then we'll reset with a scrum. Yeah, this game's at that point now where St George's have got the win. Stockport Grammar haven't got any time to try and save it. It'll just sort of peter out for the remaining 2 or so minutes. Oh, wow. Wow. Knocked on one way, knocked on the other. And somehow it's still 21-0. Scoreboard unmoved. But again, no one in a rush here. The game's done. Still loads of good rugby to come here on pitch RE1. Great to have your company wherever you're watching. We're all keeping our eye on some rather ominous clouds up above, but at the moment it's what could loosely be described as kind of dry. Following this, Kings Ely versus Shiplake. Already had Shiplake in the under-16s on this pitch. They played St Paul's, and since then they've been defeated by Haberdashers Elstree. Taken back in. It'll be St George's ball. Kings Ely, wow, they've had 2 defeats as well. 28-12 to Haberdashers, and then 26-38 to St Paul's. Heck of a lot of tries in that game. Defence optional by the looks. And that'll be followed by the quarter-final of the Under-14s Cup, Cheltenham College v Sedbergh. We saw Sedbergh first up, didn't we? Looked pretty ominous. Pressure coming on from St George's into the last minute. Oh, and they're just throwing a boot at it, our Stockport Grammar, but then getting on the end of it. Oh, go on. Take your luck where you can get it. Tiny, tiny gaps opening up in the St George defence, but then they are closed by the knock-on. Well, I thought with a double blast on the whistle there, we might be hearing full time, but it won't be too long. St George Weybridge on their way to a 3rd win. Are they going to be able to keep a clean sheet? They conceded 2 tries against Taunton, scored 4. Scored 7 tries against Sinyan Birchman's College and conceded 1. They're yet to concede here, so 3 tries in 3 games so far. Decent return, but now they've got 3 bodies turbocharging onto this, but it's the St George's man who's going to be there first. He'll touch it down. It'll be a 22 dropout for the final phase of the game. Well, they've gone along with the restart. Nobody deep for Stockport Grammar School. Stockport Grammar wanting to finish on a high. And instead, well, they haven't coughed it up at all. They've knocked it backwards. Now up the short side. Knock on. Full time. St George's Weybridge, impressive. 3 wins from 3. And they've defeated Stockport Grammar 21-0.
Waterloo beat RGS Wimbledon. Quite a nice story about a foreign school having been quite nice. Several of decent in the 40s, obviously. They played in the quarterfinals recently. Suspect, really.
Yeah, I need to do this a lot halfway through the day.
Kings Ely against Shiplake. We've already had Shiplake on pitch RE1 in those maroon and black jerseys with the amber hoops. Kings Ely in the navy with the turquoise. Taking a look at the results, Kings Ely 2 defeats to Haberdashers Elstree and St Paul's, but they scored a hatful of tries against St Paul's. Defeats against the same schools for Shiplake as well. So this is the chance for a first win of the competition for both of these teams, and what a place to do it here on pitch RE1. It is Wednesday, a big day. Great to have you here. This is the under-16s boys Colts. It's the under-14s boys Cup. Following this, Cheltenham College v Sedbergh. It's knockout time. Quarter-finals. Just seen the Cheltenham beat Stowe 42-0. Goodness gracious me. This is a great carry by Shiplake. They're on the move. They stayed in the game for a long time against St Paul's, but they've rolled over there, and the referee's done the tumble dryer motion to. It's a bit like the Okie Kokie, isn't it? If you're running out of signals for them soon. So Kings Ely, well, winning 2 penalties in quick succession, both from avoidable Shiplake errors. Oh my goodness me. He has just stubbed his toe on a Shiplake point with that kick through, and it's going to give Shiplake the opportunity in the 22. And picked and gone, and Ely have pinched it. Kings Ely. Oh, a box kick. That is the first box kick we've seen in the National School Sevens, and it's going to result in Shiplake's opening score. An error off the boot. Hands it on a plate to Shiplake. They go through the hands, score it on the outside, and take a 5-0 lead. Conversion's good and Shiplake lead. Yeah, it was good hands from Shiplake, but before that, not entirely sure what the plan was with the kick. But whatever it was unsuccessful, and Shiplake take a 7-0 lead. Shiplake back on it, but picked off, pilfered, snaffled, intercepted, and Kings Ely waste no time in responding to that Shiplake score. Oh, the momentum changes in the blink of an eye. Conversion's good. 7-7, game on here on RE1. Halfway through the first period. Kings Ely 7, Shiplake 7. What a game. Restart back into the 22. The National School 7 social media team are just lining up for what I hope will be a halftime feature. Otherwise, my commentary will be all over it. But it's going to be on the TikTok. Social media content superb. If you're not already following all of the National School 7 social accounts, then make sure you do. Because this is going to be a halfway through the day state of play from Joe Burns. Oh, is he driven into the floor there? Ref says no. Game continues. Good contest this. Both these teams looking for their first win of the day. Oh, a little nudge in behind. Go on, gather that. Very nice. No option for the offload. What's he going to lose first, the ball or his shirt? Oh, neither. That's a great show of strength from the young Kings boy. Now get it out to the right. That's where the space is on the edge. But instead, they've gone left. He's gone on his own. He has to score. Oh, if he hadn't, he'd have had a fly in his ear from his teammates because there were two men who'd have walked it in. But it's 2 tries back-to-back for Kings Ely. They lead 12-7, taking the lead for the first time. 5 minutes of the first half gone. Good game. So just remind me, Liv, what is the TikTok handle for the National School Sevens? RPNS7S. Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, as that conversion was good, and it's 14-7. And that's the same on Instagram as well, isn't it? Everything. If you're on social media, oh, Danny Milton, the director of rugby from Cardiff Met, has just gone to put his thumb up to us, and he's thrown his pork back on the floor. Oh, shredded pig everywhere. I wish we had that on camera. There's your viral sensation. Oh, this is really good from Shiplake. Looking for a response. I tell you what, he's dropped all that food on the floor. The seagulls will be here in no time after that. That's about 8 quid's worth of pork. That's a lovely nudge. Oh, that's a brilliant nudge, and it's been knocked on. That is desperately unlucky. Shiplake trying to create space where there isn't any. Good first half of rugby, this. Kings Ely 14 at Shiplake 7. It's a really good contest. Hello to those watching from Kings and watching from Shiplake. Great to have you on board. Nervy moments, I'm sure. Another kick. Both these teams putting boot to ball. Chase is on. And it's going to come up Kings Ely. Shiplake defending their own 22 again. Boys arriving to protect the line, winning the penalty. Great last-ditch defence, try-saving, possibly game-saving last-ditch defence. And now maybe one more attack before half-time. Are we going to go in all square? Oh no, they've coughed it up again. This is a good game. Well, again, they were thinking about the kick, Kings Ely. And now they do. Is this going to go too long? Yes, it is. It's a narrow in-goal area. And that'll take us to half-time. Kings Ely 14, Shiplake 7.
Hey, what's up, Rosslyn Park, National School Sevens lovers? It's me, Bernsey, T-Roger in the background. We are your commentators on the live stream all throughout the week. We're bringing you all the action here on pitch RE1. It is going to be finals day for the under-14 boys. They've been going to war over the last couple of days with all climaxes, playing and the cup. We've got one of the cup quarterfinals coming up right here on RE1 in a moment. It's Sedgwick versus Cheltenham. And meanwhile, the Colts is really hot. We don't have any finals for that today, but you are going to see some of the very best in action. We'll also catch up on pitch RE2. And I think that's about it. There's a lot of rugby, there's a lot of slick sevens. And also we're celebrating because at RPNS7S, our Twitter, our Instagram and TikTok handle
Well, I'm jumping in here. Burnsy is currently doing the TikTok, but Shiplake are over the line. Great start to the second half. Game on. Shiplake then missing the conversion, but getting themselves back to within 2 points. And now Kings-Ely. Oh, straight back on it. This is a decisive run. Lovely change of pace. In, out. Then getting that ball away. Oh, yes, please. The inside pass will do it. Oh, that's lovely offloading. Kings-Ely playing some fabulous rugby and responding so well to Shiplake getting the try. They're back into the lead with the opportunity to add the conversion as well to make it a 2-score game. (21-12). Kings-Ely getting closer and closer to their first win of the competition. Oh, what a take from the kickoff. Here we go. Oh, Kings-Ely, 2 tries in less than a minute. The finish is good. The kickoff receipt out of this world. And that's probably going to put it beyond Shiplake. But that was absolutely outstanding. We've talked about it umpteen times throughout the last few days, how important the kickoffs are. Not a lot that Shiplake could do about that. Good strike as well. But doesn't bother the post. Does bother the tents though, so someone's going to have to kick that back. 26-12, 2 converted tries required by Shiplake. They need the ball first. And they are struggling to get their hands on it right now. Oh, that's gone end over end as well. They are causing nightmares for Shiplake with these restarts. Our Kings-Ely. Still a little bit of time remaining on this clock as well. 2.5 minutes to go. It's looking like a tall order now for Shiplake. First things first, secure this line-out ball. Try and make something magic happen. Good start. The pressure as well of running out from your own in-goal area. Oh, good take in behind. And away with the fend as well. Thinking about the kick, but trying to stand the man up. Good battle out there. Oh, the referee spotted a knock on. Let him play, sir. Let him play. The scrums just slow the game down a little bit, don't they? No one's in a rush here to pack down. In fact, Shiplake still a forward short. Here we go. Oh, good pressure from the scrum half, just swallowing up his opposite number. They've moved the ball really well, Kings Ely. They've coughed it up that time, though, and Shiplake need to look here and move this ball well. Find the space. Getting these shirt tackles, really, really important. Final minute. Can Shiplake get over and give us a grandstand finish? Got to claim this kick first. He's got to get a good bounce. Oh. No, no, not this time. No fun to be had. Why is he called the... whatever. Knocked back then by Kings Ely, and then they win the penalty at the breakdown. And they're going to get their first victory in this competition. Oh, and they're going to maybe do it in style too. Kick to the speed. Who's going to get there first? Shiplake win the foot race, and again they're 90 metres from their own try line. The chase was good. But the first couple of chases have been beaten, and then the pass is unfortunate. And it'll be Kings Ely ball. Our clock's gone red. I think this will be the final phase. And it'll end with a knock-on. Kings Ely, at the third time of asking, get their first victory of the day. And a well-earned victory too. 2 quick second-half tries. One off a fantastic restart receipt. Worthy to win any game. And they've done that by 26 points to 12. Into the quarter-finals of the Under-14s Cup. Cheltenham College in the purple and blue, off the back of some serious form as well. 21-12 over Kings Worcester, 42-0 over Stowe School. Said, but today on day 2, 12-7 early on against Ystol Gyfun Bro Morgannwg. That was a great game. And 21-7 over Hampton. That booked their place in the knockouts. But now it is quarter-final footy. Sedbergh in the brown, Cheltenham in the pink and blue. And joining us for this one, Simon Lilly. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Cheltenham playing 7 high, so no sweeper. And they're getting into it physically, look.
Well, as Will said, but very, very fit, athletic young men, and that's a great start. And that is always the risk when you do play 7 high. If you get in behind, it is curtains, but they've won the penalty there, and they're off Cheltenham.
Yeah, they wouldn't play each other on the circuits, these guys, so... oh, strong lad. Draw and give.
And releasing the speed as well. Great last-ditch tackle, but the offload game is good for Cheltenham. Oh, I got a good feeling about this game already.
It's looking tasty, isn't it? So these teams have already played 4 games yesterday and 3 today?
Yeah, fit lads. Oh, the
great
offload.
If you go...
Oh, what a score!
Outstanding.
Cheltenham get the first try.
They've got some support here as well. You can hear them on the far side, banging the hoardings. That's a lovely finish. He owes that finish to the offload.
Serious standard, this. Like, sometimes you need to remind yourself of the age group that you're watching, and this is under 14s.
They're in year 9 at school. They're 13 and 14 years old. Yeah.
Cheltenham College convert the try. 7-0 lead. It'd be interesting to see how competitive this restart is, because at the 16s and the 18s we've seen really highly contested ones. And
Great strike. He's got
it.
Oh,
that is desperately unlucky, but well
Skills
taken by Sedbergh.
Now they'll spray the ball, Sedbergh. They've always been pure 7s. They'll move it to the width.
Oh, could be trouble. Could be trouble.
Oh, yeah, I think he went for it with 2 hands. Look, that's what the referee said. There's no... When you're 13, you're not cynical, are you? So he surely...
Yeah, pure of heart.
That's right, yeah. Just put your hands up. I didn't mean it, sir.
I was calling a game at the weekend in the Rugby Europe Championship, Spain versus Romania, and the Romanian flanker has gone at it one-handed, and he's knocked it, and he's caught it when it was about a centimetre off the floor, and he's gone the distance. And it was it was yellow card or try, and so rarely you see them get away with that.
You see them try and bring it in with one hand sometimes, don't you, and jiggle it. Meanwhile, someone's lining them up sometimes as well.
Yeah, looking for ribs to rearrange. Sedbergh puts in 7-0. They trail after that.
In and away, right. Let's see what they can do on the edge. Ooh,
this young man in the pink cap.
That's a practice start to play that. The pink cap, is he a talisman?
He's very good. We saw him earlier on. We haven't got team sheets for a lot of these teams because they don't have numbers on the back.
No.
But of course, that is a real distinguishing feature, that pink cap. You've got to back yourself, and now it can open up on the short side. Here's the foot race. Great chase, but the big swing and a miss. And he skipped out of the tackle. It's a brave chase, but it's a great response, and Sedbergh come back with a 5-pointer.
Oh, can I be that horrible coach?
Please.
I think both of them could have stayed on their feet a little bit longer there. They both dived and they didn't need to.
You're always rolling the dice with a tap tackle like that, and he looked like he could have got there.
Yeah.
It's heroic if it comes off.
Absolutely. You could have just, stay on your feet, take 4 more steps, and you're going to make a really great shoulder tackle. That's a great strike. 7 apiece.
And even if going full tilt, even if it's not a full tackle, even if it's just a contact to the shoulder, you can slow them up, you can knock them off balance, you can do something. But let's take another look at this now. But great identification of space on the short side.
Here he goes, foot down, and he's going. It's that KT tape on his knee. Look, that's the reason why he got over.
Yeah, he could have.
He's restarting now as well, so that's a great strike again.
Oh, that's trouble.
That's the yellow. Sorry, even at 14s, he's got too excited there. He's just come on as well, I think.
It's adrenaline, isn't it?
Yeah. Just a few deep breaths here.
Yeah, and he's shaking his head. Probably just a little bit disappointed in himself there. Not malicious, just a bit overeager.
Absolutely not, yeah. And he's looking at the man who just wants to light him up, as the kids say. That's what the kids say.
Yeah,
right, if you're Sedbergh here then, it's 2 minutes off the pitch, isn't it? And you want to hold the ball for as many of those 2 minutes as possible. You want to ideally have this scrum reset, burn another 30 seconds. Like, oh, sorry, who's going to go at prop? Who's going to... Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
However, Cheltenham are big. These 2 props are, what, 6'2"?
They look it, don't they?
Bigger than the ref. So whatever you guys are feeling them in Cheltenham College, those people who are watching.
There's a bit of the old school about them with the ear tape and everything too.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of it. Oh, and there's the push. You don't see Sedbergh get bullied off the ball very often.
Back in the day, because Cheltenham were...
they're galloping away.
Headgears.
Well, he's taking someone for a walk with
It's
him
a backpack. He's wearing the Sedbergh boys a backpack. Not rolling away. Penalty. Back in the day, Cheltenham were always in green. Oh, no, not another one.
Oh, it is.
Oh.
They're down to 5. Must score here then, Cheltenham. And the task for Sedbergh is about to get even bigger.
We're going to see some heart here. Just, you know, push them to the corner. I'd personally be saying, don't let them score up the middle. That's a great. Now, if Sedbergh are clever here, they don't tap it, slow it down. Oh, kick to the corner, kick it out.
Yeah.
Kick it out and take 30 seconds doing the line out.
Yeah, walk.
Yeah. Get to the edge. Take him on then here, if he can play this.
He's going to do this one-on-one here.
Oh, into out.
Oh, he's done it! He's done it! Oh, what a tackle!
That's absolutely. Oh, his foot's in touch. Oh. So if this is somebody watching this game back from the Sedbergh team and it doesn't go your way, maybe there in the future you just slow it down, take 30 seconds kick to touch, spend another 45 seconds organising your line out.
Well, what they're going to have here is 3 in the line out, so...
He's come back on once, just
right,
back on now. Yeah. He's got to make amends now. He's going to have to put some graft in for the boys.
And then, as soon as the ball's in here, they've got some defending to do. So they're back up to 6,
Yeah.
so they survived that period with 5. 30 seconds to go till half-time. Cheltenham on the move.
Into out, high. Is that high?
Oh, I think he's...
The ref's kept his hands down, yeah.
If anything, he's too high. And he's slipped off the tackle and got away with it.
Good line speed from the man in the middle there, Sedbergh. Now going to press and move.
A good passes off the left hand there.
Switch in the middle. Is he going to foot down?
Oh, that extra pass did it.
Yeah.
Did he trip his own man over then?
I think he did.
It's a good try, though. And I love the delay on that last pass because he's put the block on the last defender there.
Yeah, the other man had to commit to him, so therefore he's effectively blocked him out of the game. Yeah, nicely worked. Is that going to bring up half-time?
Well, our clock has gone red. Important kick this. A little breeze picking up too. Not easy from out there. Struck it beautifully.
Lovely strike.
But it's missed the posts wide. Half-time. Sedbergh 7, Cheltenham College 12. Let's talk about your lot then. Where have you been? Have the boys been enjoying themselves?
Yeah.
What's been the best fixture?
Beautiful first, good first fixture against Monkton Combe from Bath. Lovely school there, if anybody's from Monkton. I'm from Hurstpierpoint, so they got up. And then we drew Eton in the second round. It was probably going to be a group decided between the two of us, and there's some really physical boys actually, and played into their hands a bit. They said they hadn't won a restart. In any of the tournaments they've been to, and they won 3 against us.
No.
So just one of those. I think it finished 40 points to 14 in the end. A couple of good athletes that apparently they've pulled over from football.
Okay.
Big money transfers.
Yes,
Rosslyn Park.
of course.
They heard they were missing history, Spanish, double science and maths, and they thought,
yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But Eton, weight of numbers, like 240 boys a year, like lots of cattle to pick from, if you can say that.
Yeah, well, you certainly can, certainly in this company.
Right, so if you're tuning in here from Sedbergh or Cheltenham, I think if Sedbergh, you're pretty happy there. You've had 2 in the bin. You've ridden it quite well. They've scored in the corner, which means that they've missed the conversion. And all you need to do now is score, and you're back in the game.
Well, they could have even pinched one themselves. Pink head guard.
Yeah, nearly got away from the big lad. So that's those 2 Cheltenham tall guys. They can move as well, can't they? They're playing 1 on the end.
Quite like the fact that they are, even though they were players down, they were still trying to play. They didn't shut down. They still backed themselves. I like that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Full complement. They're back to it.
All right. Yeah.
2 minutes goes pretty quickly in sevens.
Yes. Yeah.
We were players down a couple of years ago, and we made a semi-final that year actually. Lost out to Millfield by 2 points on here in the semi, but we were numbers down against Wellington in the knockout game, and they did exactly that. They managed the 2 minutes off absolutely superbly. Took as long as they could do. Ref, how long have I got here?
Yeah.
All the rest of it.
All the while winding your opponents up. But that's not a great start to the second half, as said, but that's gone out on the full.
Turnover.
Big shot, but he's done well to present that ball in the end.
Through the side of the ruck. Right, you got the ball back, Sedbergh. Now, typically, Sedbergh have been a spray it to the edges and keep the ball alive kind of team, but they've got the physical backbone to deal with that as well. So you might see him move the ball now. So he'll pull out, maybe go to the other side of the pitch. There we go, here we go.
Lovely offloads to set them on their way.
1-2, here we go, look again. All the skill set, they've always had it. I think they pull them out of the boarding house in the evening, maybe get them in the sports hall, and they're just doing pivot line and pull back passes.
Nice to see them all getting sometimes second, sometimes third touches in the same phase.
Back door, is he going to go here? Oh, he didn't need to carry there. Yeah, that's a turnover. Clear release, that's great rugby.
Oh, now he's going to kick and chase the big man. Sedba come across, but it's another foot
I'll tell
race.
you what.
Good touch with the left foot.
Go on!
So that's a tough decision for the referee to make.
The ref's there. It's a 22. That is unbelievable chase back. Oh. That is fantastic skill as well.
This touch with the left foot here.
And he goes to the corner. Where does he come from? Shoulders to shoulder. Does the last bounce? Oh, it just goes right.
Yeah.
The oval-shaped ball favouring... Oh, look at that from a 22 as well. Oh, no, he hasn't.
No.
He's knocked it on. Because he's seen... I mean, that's cardinal there from... do you know the reason why? Maybe they don't do many 22 dropouts anymore. There's a lot of goal line ones.
Yeah.
So those quick ones, that used to be a thing. Well, a lot more.
Yeah, you're getting used to... You're getting set to receive the kick, and no, whoop, we've got it.
Yeah, the quick one, the usually one is even if there's someone in front of you, you play it over the line and then you throw it between your legs to someone behind you. So there's someone in behind you, just literally in, bang, through the legs and go and play. But unfortunately, just knocked that on. Right, come on, get high here.
Big chance now for Cheltenham. That's a lovely bit of footwork, and the offload is good. The tackle
He's gone for that.
Saves the lives of Sedba, and now the ball's been coughed up, but it's gone forward off a brown hand.
Every bounce is going the... You said purple, the pink? Where are the pink?
Pink, purple,
pink and purple.
Purple, purple, pink. There's definitely pink.
It goes well with the hoardings on the far side there.
Yeah, it does.
Don't know if you have to plug the sponsors there, but
yeah,
Holroyd
Howe.
You've had a touch here with Cheltenham getting this far. Right, what they're going to do here, this 9, if it's quick, goes the short side, but headgear's there, look.
Oh, free kick.
Right, early engage. Those big boys are a little bit keen. Right, now this is what they could do. Switch away on the outside, spray in the middle.
Oh, what a shot!
He's gone for a risk there.
Well, you can do it in that part of the pitch. They turn the ball over, and it's a try-scoring intervention. The tackle set it up.
He lined him up from about 4 players away, didn't he?
Well, that could well be the ball game. That makes it 17-7, 10 minutes gone. And we talk about all the ball movement, all of the lovely fluidity of attack. But sometimes a good old bone rattler can change the game.
That is an excellent read. We call that a shooter. So you they might know about him doing that as well. They just let him have license to go hit people, and everyone organises behind him. But yeah, that's the game-changing moment, isn't it? Momentum-wise as well. If Sedba score in the next minute, it's game on. But obviously, 10-point game.
Good pickup.
Got to keep cool here.
Ooh.
That's forward off the Cheltenham hand. But you don't mind that if you're Cheltenham, because run a bit more clock down.
Yeah, tick-tock. He's probably lucky that that's just a scrum, to be honest.
Agreed.
Yeah, there was one hand poked at that. And as soon as he did it, he just sort of disappeared with his tail between his legs. Not me, sir. Not me.
Oh, apologies.
Oh, did I knock that off? Silly me. Bit of breeze picking up, but thankfully, still no rain here.
No, the pitches are in the best condition out of anything around there. Right. Oh, they've gone back the others. What's he going to do? He's just going to put his foot down, is he?
Oh, the ball over the tops.
Oh, he's thrown it in. He's knocked it on first. I'm sorry to anyone from Sedba, but I think that could be the game.
Yeah.
The momentum's draining a little bit here. And if you're Cheltenham now, you just keep hold of the ball. And if they turn it over, you keep them on the edges. These boys must be on their feet.
Cheltenham's run here. Some serious results.
I don't know how you pronounce that one at the top, I'm sorry.
Penwerthig. So Werthig will be a big hill in the area, and Pen means head or top of, so it'll be the top of Werthig.
Wirral, yeah, the Wirral.
Smashed Wirral, smashed Torquay, smashed Stanwell, and then today they've beaten Kings Worcester and 42-0 against Stowe. Stowe were good. We had Stowe on this pitch in the first game.
Stowe's under-18s obviously won the bowl.
The bowl yesterday, yeah.
And they had 3 England boys not involved in that as well, including the England 18s captain.
Is that Henry Pollock?
Yes.
He's a rock star.
Yes.
I don't want to pump him up too much because these these young lads, they like to hear their name and they like to get excited, and he's also very confident in his own abilities.
Yes, yeah. Well, you have to be.
But he can play.
Yeah. The other thing I did see is Northampton they've just signed 5 or else 6 boys into their senior academy, one of which is a Logan.
A Logan,
and
yes.
I sent that photo to Paddy, who's a housemaster at Stowe now, and he's lovely on the short side. He's going to go. Right, now look after the ball here, Cheltenham.
Oh!
That could be it. He's not.
Well, he's not even been penalised for
the
it.
lift.
Maybe the momentum.
Ooh, right, he's going.
He's got to go. He's got to go now. Oh,
no. Oh, I can't stand that. Sorry, when they pull it back and he's clearly played it. He's just got to. I know the rule is you need to play in front of the referee, but the referee's turned around. Right, play then. Come on.
Last chance.
Yeah, but the clock's going to be red by the time they score here, I think, Dave.
Yeah, score now. Give us a grandstand finish.
They've got to they'd have to score and kick the ball in the next 25 seconds if our clock's correct. Great pressure in D. Knock on said that.
That's perhaps been the most impressive thing about this Cheltenham performance.
So I said first minute 7 high in D. On a day like this, when it's a bit sticky underfoot, put 7 in a line and go press them, and it's really hard to break down, really hard, and especially on those smaller pitches out the back. So fair play. I think it's a tactic that's worked well.
Well, our clock's gone red. This could be the last phase of play. There's certainly not going to be enough time.
I think he's going to go on the short side and kick this out. That'll do.
Well, he's nearly kicked that all the way back to Cheltenham, but they've booked themselves a place in the semi-final. What a win! And look at the reaction from these young men. They remain undefeated, and they're 2 wins away from glory. The full-time score, Sedbergh 7, Cheltenham 17. We found an opposition. Great news, and this is one to really look forward to. Waterloo schools, the Belgians, against Harrow School, and both teams have been playing incredibly well. Waterloo with wins over the Perth School, KCS Wimbledon, and St Olave's Grammar. So they've come over from Belgium. They're going to do a few shoulder rolls, and they're just going to get on with it. You have to respect it.
So one of the Belgians' mums just taking off the subsuits, look. They're in the middle. That's their warm-up. They couldn't be more contrasted.
And then Harrow School, 28-12 over Watsons. That was here on pitch RE1, as was their win over Dunottar, 40 points to 7. And they stuck 40 on collegiate as well.
They've got a big machine, Harrow, and it's the cogs are beginning to turn.
Yes. This could be the biggest test so far for Waterloo schools, but this is an elimination game.
The Belgians are going to make them wait, look, whilst they do their team warm-up here.
Well, you've got to do a bit of chest.
1001, yeah. 1002.
They've realised that the cameras are on. They've got to get pumped.
Make them wait. Well, they had no idea they were playing. The thing is, they probably got no idea what RE1 is, because every other school in the country has been gagging for it.
Well, these are one of the international schools. Oh, here we are. Dogs of Rosslyn Park. That would be my favourite Instagram account. Look at that golden boy.
Oh. I've seen a lot of boys just come off the pitch having not played the best, and then they go see the pooch, and it's all right.
Yes.
What's dog therapy called? Because it'd be feline therapy, would be cat.
Dog therapy.
Equine therapies with a horse, where you stroke the mane.
Canine therapy?
Canine therapy, that'd be it.
Okay. Waterloo.
Restarts on the right.
Oh, go, go, go.
It's gone. Play.
Yeah, there we go. One bounce and a catch, and it's with Waterloo.
Yeah. It's gone over the line.
Let the children play, referee.
As long as it goes over the line, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, are these under 14 again? They have got some big boys here.
No, this is the 16 Colts.
Right, yeah.
But they do have some big boys. Oh, we had... it's St. Paul's who play in the black and white, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness me. Shoulders of bricks. They are the most physical team we've seen today. Playing with an advantage here for offside Waterloo. And I think spending a bit of early time on the ball will do them good. The longer they can stay in this... Oh, wow.
Good offload. Lovely, another offload there as well.
These boys can play, and it's fun to watch, but they've coughed the ball up.
It's going to come back to a penalty.
That's a bit of relief there, because they were in. I think there were some legs up there that Harrow might have got away with. Well.
6 high with the sweeper. I'm going to tag out here.
Are you?
Dave, yeah.
Oh, all right.
I can see a professional coming.
Well, no, Burnsley's on his way up. I don't know about, I don't know if you've seen any pros. But, right, Harrow on the ball for the first time. Lovely offload, great timing of the run as well. Attacking the ball from deep.
Push him to the corner then, yeah.
Well, before you head off then, your final thoughts on that try, Si Lily?
Yeah, well worked. They've got physical boys through the middle. Look, they're already going back. They're not wasting any energy here. They look like they mean business, this Harrow side. Now, am I right in saying the Harrow 16s won it last year?
Yes, against Eton.
So they've maybe got a couple of boys that played up, maybe boys who know how to manage their energy, their time. So my money's on them.
Waterloo schools then chasing the game after Harrow have shown how lethal they can be. Burnsley's back, burritoed up. How was it?
3 and 3.
Chicken?
Always.
Oh, I went steak yesterday. It was a luxury touch.
They're obviously looking after you a little bit better. You're more talented, clearly. That's a pretty talented tackle, and that young man right there, he scored the try just then. He scored a couple as well in their first match. Very, very impressive outfit.
They look very good indeed, but Waterloo have 3 wins from 3 coming into this. They beat the boys from Wimbledon. RGS earlier on this pitch. Oh God, what a shot. Harrow out here winning collisions, keeping the Belgians inside their own half. Oh, and coughing the ball up there. They need to be careful. It's just extolling the virtues of Belgian rugby earlier in the Rugby Europe Championship, Joe, which I know is a competition that you've been very familiar with, as Harrow skip round the final tackle. There's a lot of huff and puff from the Belgians, but it's Harrow who are blowing the house down at the moment, and they're about to go 14-0 up.
Well, yes, I mean, it's been a week of international flavour, hasn't it, at the Rosslyn Park Stands? You might have already covered this, but having Nelson College from New Zealand, St Kevin's from Melbourne in Australia. We've had Jess from over in the UAE. And now we've got the Belgians. And yeah, Belgian rugby in the Rugby Europe Super Cup with the Brussels Devils. And their national team getting a victory against Poland last weekend in the final round of the Rugby Europe Championship. So certainly a growth game over there, and they're working hard to develop them young like these lads here. This will be an incredible experience for them, irrespective of where they finish and what the outcome is of this match and matches to come. They're here playing against the best schools in England and on the biggest stage, and it's going to be a memory that they're going to carry forward into their future rugby careers.
Well, and a few wins as well. Look at the teams they've beaten. They've beaten the Perth School, they've beaten KCS Wimbledon, and they've beaten St Olave's Grammar School from Kent. We actually had the KCS director of sport here. Oh, that's a good effort to defend the line again. And they've done well to try and keep the ball in, but they can't. Yeah, we had the director of sport from KCS Wimbledon, who was very congratulatory to them. But we talked about, you know, how important it was for them to go back to Belgium and say, do you know what? We beat three teams who are there every year, 3 teams with good rugby programs. Just proof of progress, and we love to see it. Well, it's a contested line out here, so they're going to need to do something a little bit better than that. Not sure they were expecting it, the Waterloo boys, and Harrow are going to go in for try number 3. They looked so organised from the moment that line out was awarded. And Waterloo, well, they'll not want to see that drop goal back on the replay. However, the try was good, great awareness in a dangerous part of the pitch, and it's a 3-try lead.
We've got a big match coming up after this as well, Dave, with the Colts Elimination Haberdashers against my alma mater, St George's Weybridge. And we're going to have a special guest. We're going to have former London Irish Wasps, England Sevens, and, well, return to play man now, Pete Richards. He's going to come up and join us for that, and he used to coach St George's, so he'll...
What, back when you were there?
No, not when I was there. Not when I was. He's not that old. He's not that old, but he coached this current crop, so we'll have a bit of intel on the St George's side, which would be nice to have, but of course we'll be doing haberdashers a good service as well.
This is all very good fun, isn't it? As we count down to half-time, can Waterloo get something before the whistle goes? No, they can't. They can concede a penalty that Waterloo thought was... Oh, it was theirs. The arm was going Harrow's way. Clock's in the red. Oh, here we go. Sweeper called into action. Sweeper gets fended off. Great chance now for Waterloo. 10 metres shy. Harrow over the ball, though, but not able to get the turnover. Bit of fancy footwork, needs a pass, gets a pass, chance in the corner, and Waterloo score. Well worked try. Harrow 19, the Belgians of Waterloo 5. Oh, and the conversion is good. 19-7 at half-time. Good game. Who are you talking to there, Joe? Is that Jared Mullen?
Jared Mullen, Harlequins Academy coach, and also coaching London Scottish in the Championship, and former Loughborough University head coach as well. So he's a man who's nurtured a few young talents in his time.
Championship winning coach with Harlequins women as well. Lifted the Premier 15s trophy in his first year with them.
So maybe we'll try and get him up later.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll try and get him up. He's a good man with a lot of knowledge, and you can see a few Premiership tracksuits knocking around the touchlines looking for the next big thing.
Have you seen any London Irish? I've seen Saracens, I've seen Harlequins, I haven't seen any Irish yet.
I don't think we can get any better London Irish. So
to be fair, it feels like most of you good players are of school age anyway. Tom Pearson and Chandler Cunningham South and
Henry Arundel.
Oh yeah, he's all right. Yeah,
formerly of Harrow.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kepi Tuipulotu, he's one of ours as well. He was the captain, I think, for the under-16s Harrow side that won last year. He's certainly the player of the tournament when they lifted the trophy last year.
If you were to put together, if you were only allowed to choose one name and you had to put a team together, you'd probably go for Tuipulotu at the moment, wouldn't you?
Well, he's still only under 17 and he's playing England under 18.
But
so he's a pretty rare talent.
But so you've got Tuipulotu in the centre for Scotland. You've got Carwyn Tuipulotu for Llanelli Scarlets. You've got his sister Cecilia Tuipulotu, who's tight head prop for Wales. Yeah, there's a fair few of them.
And Sione Tuipulotu's
Yes.
got a couple of brothers that we've been hearing about as well.
Ah,
'Cause
yes.
he was formerly of St Kevin's in Melbourne, who were here representing earlier in the week. And they were actually dealt their first loss in 4 years. Hadn't lost for 4 years until they came to Rosslyn Park. So
Character building.
they're going to be at rugby school at the weekend in the 200-year celebrations of the sport.
Here are Waterloo then, searching for try number 2 to really make a contest of this. Remember, both of these teams undefeated so far. Elimination round of 16. So this one really matters, and it would be brutal to go out, but if you cough the ball up like that, and if you pick the ball up like that, you can turn the game on its head.
Harrow really being made to work for it here. And it's good competition at the breakdown as well. Waterloo sort of resourcing it well, looking to test them by the looks of things.
They can really play these Harrow boys, though, can't they? And they're physical, big, strong boys.
Well, among their coaches as well is Warren Abrahams, who is, well, he's coached pretty much everyone there is to coach in the world of sevens. So they've got some real specialist expertise at a sevens level on the coaching ticket.
Struggling a bit of the line out, Waterloo. Oh, Harrow, that is such good footwork. Oh, that's a high one. It's going to cost him a yellow card as well, but the footwork to release the speed, superb.
Well, real shame that high tackle came in because it denied us what was a brilliant try. Look at the wind taking the ball on that occasion. Oh, the only man he beats is himself.
And then knocked on. Important period of the game this. 2 minutes of the second half gone. Waterloo down to 6. And sometimes when you're down to 6, you're looking to kill the clock, but they can't afford to do that because they need 2 scores. Just looking behind the tent, the parking's a lot tidier today.
Well, throngs of people trying to cram themselves into the Richard Evans Memorial Fields. So many people, so many boys and girls in action. So certainly it's congested.
Have you done St Paul's at all today?
No.
In the black and white hoops. Oh, here we go. Put it on the toe and chase it. This is a brilliant foot race, but Harrow going to get there first. Are they going to overrun it? Has he kept control of it?
It's a messy collection. Oh, they've done so well to recycle that so quickly. They're going to turn defence into attack here. They've got all the numbers. It's a matter of who he's going to pick.
Well, he had to make that low-down tackle. It was a good shot, but the ball was away. And this is why we love this sport. This is why it is brilliant and brutal, because Waterloo have gone from thinking they were back in the game to maybe out of it once and for all. 24-7, 26-7. A lung buster for Harrow, a heartbreaker for Waterloo. Oh, it's so close, isn't it? But this is brilliantly done.
Well, he gets himself into a real tangle, but eventually gets that long, strong presentation, and it's all about that presentation once he does finally get a grasp on it. It creates a quick ball, and then 2 guys to choose. He wears a shoulder in the midriff for it, but he picks the right man.
Well, here are Waterloo straight back at it. Oh, good tackle, chasing back on halfway. And it's looking more and more now like Harrow are the team who are going to progress into the last 32. Oh, this is nice footwork, though. And the little dummy there. He's running out of options here, but he might not need any. I think there was a feather of a knock on there from Harrow. Well, no, we're going to play on. They've turned it over. And they just cannot hold on to these big Harrow boys.
That was a heavy thud on the floor there. Looks to be all right, and off Harrow go. No time to wait. Oh, that could be a yellow card.
Oh, it is.
We just wonder, that's the second time they've been reduced to 6. Had Waterloo kept all their players on the field for the duration of the match, would the scoreline have been different?
Well, they're just offering themselves in numbers on the inside, on the outside, the ankle tap, the try saver. Oh, wonderful stuff. Big moment for Waterloo. I don't think it's going to change the outcome, but the sniper.
That was universally appreciated by every single person round RE1. We just love an ankle tap. It just embodies the determination of the defences out here.
Sometimes even worse to be on the end of an ankle tap than it is to be on the end of a real shoulder shot to the ribs.
I feel like you know where you stand when you get a shoulder to the torso, but a tap tackle, it's usually a real awkward fall, and you look a bit daft as well on the way down.
Yeah, usually going full tilt as well. Final minute then. Can Waterloo get something here? Oh, spiral. We like a spiral at any level, at any point. Oh, but they're offside. So instead, it'll be Harrow who get to finish with a flourish.
Waterloo need to reorganise themselves.
Well, no, you slip off a tackle, you execute the 2-on-1. It's fundamentals from Harrow, but they're very well executed. And it's another big, big win for them. Just running through their scores today. They've 4 tries in 4 games is all they've conceded. And their points scored 28, 40, 40, 33. And time to restart. They could well get up to 40 again. And they are putting on a show here on pitch RE1. Oh, that's a great restart as well. What a lovely strike and a great take. And the offload to match. And Harrow are going to finish with maybe the pick of the bunch. Conversions are come. It could well be 40 on the nose for the 3rd game running. Serious meat pie.
I love everything about that try. I love to see a good kick-off routine, a kick-off that puts the opposition under pressure, that asks them questions, has a good chase. And they've been richly rewarded. The offloading as well, once you're in behind, because the defence is naturally fractured from the way that teams set up for the kickoff. We're going to get to have a look at it here. Look, the take in behind, unselfish, pops it off, and then frees up the hands for the final pass. The best of the bunch.
The conversion's good, and Harrow march on. It's been great to have Waterloo here on pitch RE1. Teams from around the world putting on a show, but it's Harrow who progress. They've defeated Waterloo Schools 40 points to 7.
That doesn't affect what I'm trying to get. I'm still there, I hope. So I'm still trying to get this in.
Well, here we go. It is Haberdashers versus St George's College Weybridge, and I've already given you a generous introduction, Pete. You weren't here to listen to it, but yes, former England Sevens, London Irish, Wasps, Pete Richards here along and, well, representing return to play, which is a really, really important business that's in the schoolboy game, but also a man who used to coach this St George's outfit.
Yeah, indeed. Most importantly, this St George's team I coached about 3 or 4 years ago when they were mighty under-12s, and fantastic to see their development across the years. They had a fantastic 15 season and an equally successful 7 season, winning the Surrey Sevens a couple of weeks ago, beating some big fish in that. So they put a lot of confidence in, and personally, obviously know the mums and dads well, and they're all on the sideline supporting their boys today. So they've done tremendously well to get through today. But at this stage, you're just playing group winners, right? Eliminate a very tough game at the end of the day, with the carrot being coming back for day 2, which is what everyone wants to do. So
that's special, isn't it? It's all about getting to day 2, isn't it?
Well, it's massive for a bunch of players that have grafted all day. It's heartbreaking to lose in your last game and not come back. So pressure on both teams here, but fantastic that they're on the show pitch to play in this game. Actually, St George's second outing on the show pitch today. So hopefully used to the extra space that RE1 brings, and their talents really. St George's, they got a huge amount of pace and athleticism in the wide channel. So I think the wider pitch will suit the way they want to play.
Well, added space on RE1, added expectation as well, and maybe that just creeping into the mind as we get a knock-on and, well, a great opportunity for haberdashers.
Well, Habs boys, I was looking at their results, came through a tough group with some pools in that group. So again, you know, there's no weak links when you come into group winners. Everyone tends to come into these having an unbeaten run for the day. So both teams full of confidence, but pressure on the line. No one is immune from pressure at this stage. 15-year-old boys on the show pitch trying their best, but of course with the expectation of that day 2.
Well, a bit of a loose offload there from the Habs boys, and it does give George's an opportunity to go to the boot and turn the haberdashers' defence round.
Well, I love it. I love it. I've been saying to many coaches across the 3 days that the kick is really underused in sevens. I know that Gordon Titchen's, the old New Zealand sevens coach, hated kicking, and a lot of coaches don't like their teams kicking, but in these conditions with weary legs, I think it's a great option. And what you're doing is putting a bit of pressure on a Habs line-out that might not have thrown into a line-out for the entire day. So you're just asking different questions of the opposition, and importantly, you're playing the game deep in Habs area, and what we've got is a not straight line-out, and immediately they have possession back. So I think really, really smart play and a great launch platform here. A scrum 22 metres out, to see what this St George's backline can muster. Keep your eyes pinned on number 12, Ed Roberts, super player, played for the first 15 at St George's all year long, and a tremendous athlete with not only pace but a change of pace. Here he is on the ball.
And a bit of power as well as he sucks in a couple of haberdasher defenders. And George's looking to put some width on. Big man in the middle is going to suck in some blue jerseys, and he's going to rampage over one. A big physical presence, too much for Sam Spencer. And George is in for the first try.
Yeah, fantastic. Ben Giles there. Again, very versatile. He played number 8, he played centre, he played wing. He's just a really good athletic rugby player, who's spent a lot of time
in the gym.
He is a large
human being.
He really has. I mean, he was big like that when he was 12, actually, but has continued to grow, and what a great asset to have in your team. He doesn't look out of place when he plays first 15 rugby with sixth form. You know, he's as big as most of them. So at under 16 level, he definitely has that physical edge.
Well, certainly by having a big man in the middle as well, it does keep the defence honest, because they know that if he carries it to the line, they've got to put a big hit in to halt him, and he's the one in pursuit on the kickoff. But Haberdashers deal with it very nicely indeed, and for the first time since that scrum at the beginning, they have a bit of possession to go probing down the right wing. Georges come up and bring up a white blanket of defence just to hem them in.
Well, I've seen them play the third game today. I don't think I've seen them miss a tackle yet, St George's, and for all their attacking prowess, it's actually their defence which really stands them in good stead. Really hard to beat. Got great tacklers across the team, and using, I don't know whether it's evident on the pitches, but there's definitely a wind at the back of St George's in this first half, and so far they're playing the game in the right areas and making Habs play from deep and defend deep in their own 22.
Well, this is one of the most difficult positions to defend. Centre scrum, Georges looking to run through rather than around once again, but this time dragged down until our try scorer gets his mitts on the ball again, and he does the business twice in a row.
Yeah, great vision. Ben Giles again, I'm a big fan, just simple things. Just looked up, saw the short side of that ruck was unmanned, and why pass to the right when there's an easy try to the left? And the key to that is having your head up. The scrum half so often is just a passing mechanism, but in sevens, really important that scrum half gets his head up to decide. He's the key to deciding which way the team attack, and on that occasion he took absolutely the right decision.
You played all across the professional rugby cosmos, Pete, but
Indeed.
what about your time when you were playing sevens?
Yeah, loved it. I was at Wasps and was lucky enough to get called up to England squad. Went to Hong Kong for my first tournament, and we won Hong Kong in the first effort, my first
Winning
experience
Hong
of
Kong,
sevens.
that is huge.
That was amazing team I played with. Simon Amor, Ben Gollings, Richard Horton, Rob Thrilby, some real England sevens legend in there, and absolutely loved it. The space and freedom. It's quite claustrophobic playing scrum half in 15 aside, but the space to express, like we're seeing here, the space and time on the ball to express yourself is a great way of developing your all-round skills, running, passing. And look at this defensive hustle from St George's, looking really, really strong.
Foraging for that jackal, just about resourcing the ruck well enough. Haberdashers, and they're going to the edge, just taking the eye off the ball though. So they have to spin around, and Mateo Pavlov does well in the end. Into penalty, side entry from St George's. So Haberdashers just lacking a bit of fluency at the moment, but they're going to enjoy some time on the ball here. As again, they're looking to get it to the edge, aren't they? But they're getting wrapped up. Two St George's jerseys in there, and that is not a tackle that we like to see. Just grabbing the collar and swinging him round. So a penalty, rightly, for St George's. You go on the attack again. Have to take the pace off the ball, aren't they?
They are, yeah, and probably hard to do that in game one when everyone's fresh, but that defensive setup from Habs boys is tired, right? It's the end of a very long day, and that's just really smart sevens, isn't it? Not even going into a ruck, moving the ball left to right, pick up a mismatch on the right-hand side, and that's Ed Roberts in for the third try, and that's a really strong first half performance from St George's. I just want to look back at Habs attack. They're facing 7 defenders from St George's. The space is actually in behind. There's no sweeper, no fullback, and a kick from Habs would ask different questions to St George's, but perhaps that's something the coach might be feeding into the team at half-time. But really commanding performance there from St George's to go in 19, is it 19 or 21? Maybe only 19-0, but that's a good buffer. Mike Friday, my old England coach, used to say 3 tries, 21 points was what you needed as a margin minimum, because we know the game of sevens changes so quickly in terms of you score once, you can score immediately from the kickoff, and then the pressure's on, right? So you give yourself a 21-point margin as a minimum before you relax.
It's such a momentum shifting game, isn't it? That, yes, St George's are 19-0 up now, but, one bounce that falls into the Haberdashers' arms early, they get under the sticks. Suddenly, that sort of confidence begins to billow within the Haberdashers players, and then the St George's boys begin to question themselves. It's remarkable. You see it so often right here on RE1.
Absolutely. On an innocuous yellow card potentially, which even puts you under more pressure. The questions here for St George's will be playing into the wind and how do they deal with that, because the kick threat might be less. But yeah, the first score after half-time will ultimately determine the game here, because if Habs score, like you say, the pressure comes on. If St George's get the first score, it's really all over as a contest. So I think the message from both teams will be, the classics, to score first. You've got to work out a way of scoring first, and then we'll take it from there. But what St George's have is actually, I've seen the kickoffs, really accurate kicking, and again, to see the pressure they can put.
Well, it was a brilliantly placed kickoff, and it actually held up in that wind so that it was dropping in that no man's land between the front line and the back line. There was that hesitancy as to who was going to take it. It was taken cleanly, but St George's right on them and applying that pressure that brings the knock-on.
Indeed, I think probably Habs boys will be frustrated at just a couple of key knock-ons, haven't they, at important points, and have set up St George's for their third attacking scrum of the game so far.
Well, an arcing run, looking for that seam between centre and wing, but good tackle from Ore Adebayo. And just for the first time, things not quite going to plan for the, thus far, very thoughtful St George's attack. They've never seemed in a rush to score their tries, happy to sort of pick the lock rather than batter the door down. Habs, with some nice line-out drills, managed to go over the intercept possibility, and Adebayo has a juggle, and then he gets going, and he stretches his legs, weaves inside. A tackle to be made here, but Adebayo looking confident as he enters the 22. Brilliant determination, and look how many white jerseys are there to affect the jackal. Defence into attack. St George's on the burst. It just cropped up right in front of him, and he was already committed to the pass. So an intercept from Habs, and on the ball that looked like an awkward coming together, but all's well with Pavlov on the ball, and Spencer now jumping back inside and looking for some support, which he gets from his captain, Lorcan Farrell. And Lorcan Farrell is a slippery one. He pirouettes out of two George's tackles, and that first score has gone to the boys in blue.
There we go, and well deserved. First missed tackle, I think, from St George's of the contest, but Habs had to work really, really hard for that try, didn't they? Great work rate from George's to get back to make the initial tackle on the first break. Got lucky with a bit of an intercept there, but kept going, and it's great to see. I love a contest, right? Competition is key here, and the missed conversion could be important. That gap is still 14 points, but well-deserved comeback, and great character shown by the Habs boys.
Right, we got a game on our hands. St George's, understandably, not in a massive rush to get the ball back to them. I hope that the clock is off for the Haberdashers boys' sake. Bit of ringcraft there, I think it's known as. And that is almost bang on the money. But it's St George's who steam onto it, and they've got their possession. Big fens and good leg drive, dragging the defender with him. George is running out of space on this touchline. They go to their two-try scorer. Again, not keen on rucking, are they? Keeping the ball alive, just popping it to the support.
Well, it's smart. For me, it's really smart. On a wide pitch, why have a ruck to give the opposition a chance to win the ball back? If you can offload it, you're taking those opportunities away from the Habs boys to get the ball.
Crunching tackle from Lorcan Farrell there. hint that it had been lost forward in the contact, but after Georges put boot to ball, Adebayo, who made the 80-metre break to take haberdashers up into the Georges 22, has his hands almost on the ball again. I think his eyes were beginning to bulge and all that space to run into, and he was already beginning to think about takeoff.
Yeah, what a shame. I think if he'd have held it, I think he was away. He showed a great turn of pace about 90 seconds ago to make that 50-metre break. And I think the space was there in front of him, wasn't it, if he held it? But a very hard pass to take way above his head. And again, fourth scrum for Georges inside the Habs 22 in this game.
And on they go. A try now could be terminal for the Haberdasher hopes. Quick recycle, albeit a slightly messy one, and St George's are in reverse. They get their pocket picked as well. Well, it's frenetic stuff, but Haberdashers have an opportunity to go the length. They weave back inside, more pressure from the white jerseys. They're just swarming, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really impressive. The defensive work rate from the St George's team. Look at them pressing up, even though if Habs can get the ball there is an overlap. There's a spare man here.
Well, there goes the captain, Lorcan Farrell. He got the first that put a question mark in the St George's minds. He's going to get the second that gets Habs right back into this contest. Under the sticks. Big conversion, this. He needs to slot it. Composes himself.
I saw one in the final yesterday where Rugby hit the crossbar, didn't they, from under the post and missed the conversion. Fortunately, it didn't come back to bite them.
You would be surprised at the number of crossbars and posts hit from in front of the uprights, and it's understandable when you've had a lung-busting run like that from Farrell. He just used the threat of that extra man to send the St George's defender.
Oh, that's a great kick. I love the fact the Habs kicker, forgive me, I'm not familiar with his name, but he looked up to see the space rather than just going to the formatted kick. He looked up and saw space behind that front man of St George's, and again asking really tough questions now because they've only got a 7-point buffer and you're asking them to throw into a line out on a breezy day. And again, it's worked out well for Habs because they've managed to get a free kick and a great position to launch for the equalising try.
Final play in the hands of the captain. He's dragged them to this point. He feeds his winger, who looks for an offload, and it trickles loose and across the touchline. And cue the celebrations to the boys in white. St George's have fended off a hell of a comeback from Haberdashers in this second half. But they are victorious in this elimination round. Great game.
Great game. Great. I mean, as expected, right? Group winners, both very, very strong teams, and a great fight back from Habs boys in that second half, but they almost gave themselves a bit too much to do. The first half blitz from St George's was enough to get them by, and they get to come back for day two and to fight again in what is a great tournament here in the under-16s. They've had the best weather of the week so far today. Very lucky to be playing predominantly dry. It might not be the same tomorrow. They might be coming back in wet conditions, but commiserations to Habs, but congratulations St George's, back for day two of the Cup.
Lovely stuff, Pete. I know that you've got some work to do, unless you're going to stick around. I mean, you know, oh no, you're telling me no. You're a serious man these days. Serious man these days. Well, you're welcome back anytime. Loved your company.
Indeed.
And,
thanks very much.
Yeah, and guys, if you're coming down to Rosslyn Park, do make sure you check out the Return to Play tent. Pete will be there to tell you everything about it and the benefits.
Indeed. Thanks very much, guys. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, the meeting of two great rugby rivals. Now Radley College against Wellington College. It is a biggie. It's the under-14 Cup semi-final. Wellington in their traditional black and amber. They've had some tight matches on their journey. Tight ones against Wellington, the grammar school at Leeds, and St Joe's, Ipswich yesterday. They beat their big rivals Millfield 14-7 to kick things off today. And here they are in the semi-final against the red and white of Radley, who are looking connected in defence. They've got a sweeper, say 6 up at the front, and that sweeper is going to be called into play. Spun around, and there's one Wellington jersey chasing him. He's evaded with some good footwork off the right foot, and eventually the pass gets away. You just think if he could have fizzed that across before he took contact, the winger would have had a free rein. Big moments these for young lads. Under 14 Boys Cup semi-final. Well, Radley have taken down Whitmore High School, Whitgift, Solihull, Bedford. They had a 7-all draw with Harrow to kick things off today before Quakes Wakefield and George Watson's College were overcome to bring them to this semi-final point. But they got a talented Wellington side in front of them who are advancing into the 22 now. Tempted Jackal just loses his balance, so have to give the ball to Wellington. And Wellington with a skip and a big left arm, just about reeled in. Meters hard to come by, the defence watchful from Radley. Eventually they get the ball away, another tackle, arse on the big number 8, who slips his grip and then finds the pass inside. Wellington on the board first. A big rugby heritage to fulfill. These Wellington lads there, under 18s, won the cup last year in an epic final against Millfield. It really was one to remember, one to savour for the Sevens lovers out there. And this is their under 14s, and they're looking to make their own cup final. They're looking to get their own slice of Rosslyn Park Sevens history. And Radley at the moment are struggling to keep a hold of possession. We're yet to see their attacking gifts in full flight. Instead, the red and white hoops are busy defending, and on that occasion their defence forces a knock-on and a bit of respite. Radley in attack, nice little dummy, sucking in some defenders, and back they go to the left-hand side. Good shot coming in, dispossessed and knocked on. Well, knocked on and then picked up by a player in front, so actually offside. Wellington will use this penalty. They drop it to the toe and dribble one mischievously in behind the Radley defence. But they weren't back 10, so Wellington will get to roll the attacking dice again. A short line would do the trick nicely here, but instead he's picked up and dumped. And in Wellington's haste to resource that ruck, they've come in at the side, and Radley survive that onslaught. Here they come in attack. This one is going to the boot. It's going long into the backfield, just turning the Wellington sweeper behind, who then puts a kick of his own in behind. Doesn't bounce well for him, but it doesn't bounce well for Radley either. Really strong physical contest there, but that's too high, and then the quick tap is fumbled forwards. An opportunity lost, and both these teams not necessarily showing us their cleanest rugby at the moment. Radley looking to explore the flank, but they won't get to do so with some inaccurate passing. Semi-finals, nervous times, they know what lies ahead. They want to be in that final, where they'll meet either Cheltenham College or Eton College. So whatever happens, it's going to be some college-on-college final action. Radley, Cheltenham, Eton or Wellington. At the moment, it's Wellington, just by a nose, who are progressing from this match. Just a score in it. Minute left of the half, and Radley give up a free kick from the scrum. Wellington, another opportunity to attack. They've had all the possession, all the opportunity, but only converted once so far. They go to the boot, and it's knocked on in the process. So while there's cheers of celebration in the corner, no try awarded. Both teams very comfortable with their kicking game, happy to try and go in behind the opposition defences. On that occasion, the knock-on denying them. Shapes for the kick, then charged down. Well, that was smart play. The Wellington player offside, so that's why he didn't pick it up, and Radley scrabbling for that on the floor. They kick the ball out, they said enough's enough. Bit of a wretched half of rugby, in all honesty, from both these teams, but certainly dogged. And Wellington are the ones taking the lead into the half-time break, 7-0 over Radley. A tight and tense semi-final affair here on RE1. Wellington in the black and amber, ready to kick off to Radley, who they hold a 7-0 lead over. And Radley, in all honesty, haven't had too much ball to attack with. They've been mainly defending in their 22, and as they get dragged across the touchline, they give up possession once again. Pretty committed defence from Wellington there. the line out, taken cleanly. Well, a bit lateral from Wellington. They suck in 3 red and white hoop jerseys who are quickest to the jackal. They tap, they go, bit of tempo from Radley. They're trying to catch Wellington unawares, and they do so. Chewing up the meters, and he's still going, a remarkable solo effort. It looked like he'd been captured once, twice, 3, maybe 4 times. But super elusive, unbelievably determined. And a key try scorer to give Radley the opportunity to convert and level from out wide. It's a sweet, sweet strike. Oh, wow. That is one of the best nudges of the day. We're all beaming with appreciation up here in the gantry. Everyone enjoyed that conversion. Huge pressure. An incredible skill. And what about that for a solo try? 7 apiece. Just under 9 minutes gone. A few twists and turns in this semi-final ahead, I've no doubt. Wellington now under pressure and making errors. The try scorer, is he going to do it again? Not this time. He's clattered by the Wellington defender, but gets himself a little isolated and has to hold on. And then he chirps a little bit too much to the referee, gets marched back another 10. Wellington, a chance for them to compose themselves. Juggle. And, oh, slipping through the tackle. Then the hitch kick, eventually wrapped up. And again, jackling skills from Radley, so good. So good that they don't even know how good they are. They think the penalties to Wellington, but they're the ones being rewarded. Wellington rushing up, and maybe rushing up that little too much. The transfer was the right option, but just slightly forward. It's 3 of us up here on the gantry. We're all sucking in air at just quite how close that was. Really nice bit of play, good line offered up. Oh, the referee in the best spot right there.
How good is this though? Semi-final in the balance.
Radley are growing into this game. At Wellington have got some talented players just like that one. Talented players with strong, telescopic left arms. Has he made it? Yes, he has. A fabulous finish. The cover defensive effort was fantastic. But too much pace, too much power, and he just about had the momentum to get across the line. It's going to be a tough conversion, but boy, what a finish.
Him and his pals are going to remember that try for the rest of their lives, and I genuinely don't think that's an understatement. As soon as he got the first fend away, I can't wait to see the replay and the look of concentration on his face when he realised it was going to be on. It was such a brave chase from Radley. He's given this conversion a good go as well. Oh, just short.
Well, it was on the right line, but just lacked a bit of juice.
Watch this. When he's gone outside, the handoff there, then the look of concentration. Here we go.
Don't look back. Don't look back. Just focus on that white line, and he did have a glance, and that last little fend just gave him enough to propel him forward.
If he can sprint like that in his 20s and his hairline still looks as good in the wind, he'll have done very well. What a score. What a moment.
And Wellington capitalising on Radley errors. Good tackle, wrapping the ball carrier up so he couldn't get the offload away. But there are black jerseys aplenty out here if the pass can stick. But something that has plagued this semi-final somewhat are the handling errors. Another knock-on, another chance squandered, and another scrum. Radley trailing by 5, 90 seconds left on our clock. A converted try would take them to the final against either Eton or Cheltenham, and that hot stepping is brought to a halt by, well, a knock-on by Radley. I thought that maybe Wellington had knocked that down. Doesn't seem like too much protest from the Radley boys out there. It was a mazy run.
Well, Wellington now, they're in no rush. They look at them strolling to the scrum. Good game management. Oh, are you on? Are you off? Yeah, I'll scrum down. Cool. All the while, killing 30 seconds.
60 seconds from the final. Wellington in command on the scoreboard, but being harried and hassled by these physical Radley boys who go a bit too high in their exuberance to make the challenge. And look at this from Wellington there. Wow. There you go, buys an extra couple of seconds by testing the breeze. And it's good game and clock management going to the line.
Reminded me of you with a 9-iron around the Richmond there, Joe.
Wellington win the line out. Wellington in the lead. Wellington with possession, with the clock in the red, looking for the killer pass, the killer try. They regather their feet. Black jerseys queuing up on the left-hand side. Black jerseys demanding the ball. Radley need to get it off them somehow. Wellington with this 5-point lead, with all this space on the right-hand side. One pass. Oh, it's knocked forward. Is there time for a restart? No, there's not. Despite the knock-on, Wellington have done enough. The Radley boys fall to their knees, gutted, having given it their all. But Wellington triumphant in the semi-final. We will see them at the big dance later today. Eton or Cheltenham College away. A tense and taut semi-final served up here on RE1, but Wellington College prevailing 12-7 against Radley.
So you've got your referral then?
Yeah, I have, yes.
And is this on your insurance again? Mate, just use my car if you can't be asked with the move. That's what I've been doing. Well, not.
15 is fine. I'll go and have a look.
Excuse me, would you like some scrap?
Yeah, I'll include with you. Appreciate that, boys.
Do you want any? Do you want some as well as there? Sure? I can bring them up the ladder if you want. Oh, okay.
Cheers, lads. Appreciate it. No, it's like what year, what age group?
Under 15.
I didn't do that team. Oh, they come back tomorrow? I don't know. You'll actually be able to find out on the spot.
Okay, go and have a look here.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have a look. Thank you.
Ten.
Finals time on day 3 of the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. This is the business end of a hard day's graft. We're kicking things off with the plate final. Dame Allen's School in the red, yellow and black hoops against Epsom College, who are lining up on the left, huddled up tightly. Final instructions. And a bit of rock, paper, scissors in the middle to determine who will be kicking off. And following that, we've got a blockbuster of a cup final for you. We've just seen them in action there, a tight affair against Radley College. Well, it'll be Wellington versus Eton in the cup final, who overcame Cheltenham. And these two schools here, well, they've been battling hard over 2 days. Dame Allen's had some big victories on day 1, but their elimination loss to Trinity School put them into the plate, where they've had some real tight ones on their journey to this final. 14-12 nerve shredder against KCS included. But up against Epsom, who kick off 2 Dame Allen's. And it is Dame Allen's who will return with a bit of interest to start, putting it through the hands and looking to get it to the edges. That's some pretty tidy defence. These are going to be some tired bodies and minds after a lot of rugby, but that's a really precise jackal from Epsom. And away they come, in a good spot to attack, and looking to put some width on the ball. Takes 2 to tackle. And it's a real competition on the floor, and a competition that Epsom lose on that occasion. First penalty of the match to Dame Allen. Well, boot to ball, and there's a bit of a chase going on. Epsom, nice pick-up, and he's got a buddy on his shoulder who's worked hard to get behind the ball, and a bounce pass that works out well for Epsom. A drop of the shoulder and a feint of the head takes him past one defender, but the second one wraps him up. Penalty to Epsom.
Big contest at the breakdown early on, aren't it? Still 0-0. It's tense. The end of a really, really long tournament for these two teams. And the last chance to make a real dent in a memory that'll last forever. It's been an unbelievable day. What I've liked about Epsom early on is the picture they've painted at the breakdown as well. Big, exaggerated movements to show that they're clearly releasing before they try and turn it over. But now they're going to try and find some space on the outside.
Oh, that is a sumptuous offload out the back door, right into the hands of his on-rushing support player, and the man who's thrown the offload is just laying on the floor admiring his work as his teammate streaks across underneath the sticks and over for the first try of this plate final.
That might be my favourite bit of the whole try, actually. The offload inside was beautiful, the conversion successful. But it was just the fact that from the moment it left the hands, he knew it was good, he knew it was true, and hopefully the camera sticks on him for long enough. Watch this, zoop inside, oh, it pans away from, there he is in the background, just watching his mate going under the sticks. Lovely, wholesome content, and Epsom College 7-0 to the good, and they've kicked that ball dead on the bounce from the restart as well.
Another look at this.
Oh.
Absolutely perfect. Sonny Bill would be proud of that. And those are the kind of big plays that you just hope you've saved up your sleeve for the big finals like this plate. Epsom do a bit of spoiling at that line out. Be their throw now. They take it and they deliver to their backs. One try to the Epsom colours, and the man who created the first goes dancing inside and then finds a pass to the big man on the edge. It's going to take some tackle to stop him in full flight, and they come too high. He gets the pump action fend working, and across and underneath the uprights to try number 2.
Yeah, long lever used well. You've got some players who like to use the fend to try and get rid of the tackler, and you've got others who try and use it to put distance between themselves and the tackler, and that's what we've seen there, just using that big outstretched left hand to get himself away. There we go. Yep, bye-bye, and you as well. Can't get close to me. And the conversion successful too. Good finish. And coming back from a 2-try deficit in a final is hard work, and Dame Allen's not really able to get any foothold in this game at all.
Again, big competition at the breakdown and the counter ruck as well. More bodies pouring in to see if they can salvage the ball. Dame Allen's eventually do so. Most time they've enjoyed on the ball in attack, and that's a smart option with no sweeper, and a particularly smart option when you've got 2 flyers like these two, capable of hunting the ball down. It squirts away forward, and they have advantage as well as the possession. The turnover's good, but for the first time, Epsom threatened on their line.
Well, that's the gamble for Epsom when you've got 7 up in defence, no sweeper in behind. You run the risk of being caught in behind, and really good work from Dame Allen's, really good identification of the space. The foot race was fun. Not as fun as that pooch. Oh, he's a handsome boy. Now the best chance of the game for Dame Allen's. Free kick at scrum time. Epsom need to face up here. There's space out wide.
Well, the lads from Newcastle bring the power for the finish. And they get on the scoreboard and they get themselves back into this final. All they needed was a bit of possession, a bit of territory, and they found a way through that blue and white wall.
Tough conversion though. Both of Epsom's have been from under the sticks. If they don't get this, it's still a 2-score game. But a bit of confidence. But the conversion not threatening the post. 5:14 into the last minute of the first half.
Lovely pass off the left hand, great angle of it. 1, 2, and nice and direct and determined. Job done. Well, there's your mate again, Dave.
Oh, look at him. Dogs of Rosslyn Park. I tell you what, that is an Instagram account that I would subscribe to. I think they say follow, don't they? Yeah, I'd follow.
Well, there's a hand in there from Dame Allens that has caused the ball to deviate, but it's not enough to keep Epsom at bay, who go slaloming through the tackles. The chaser won't catch him. 7 out of 10 on the dive as well. A brilliant individual score. Epsom getting their third at a key time just before the half-time whistle.
Well, it's easy to be critical of defenders as another conversion dissects the uprights, but this is such good ball carrying. Where's the soft shoulder? Well, there's one. I can fend off another, and now you're all chasing me. That defender overcommits. And then Dame Allens, it's all a little bit panicky, isn't it? Because you've got such an aggressive ball carrier, keeps checking over his shoulder and realises almost too late to dive that he's managed to get there and score a brilliant try, but that really has changed the momentum of this. Epsom were on the front foot. Now they are jogging clear, and they've got a 21-5 lead at half-time.
Well, it looks like a calm huddle there from the Epsom boys, and there's some real talent coming out of Epsom College right now. First 15 captain Lucas Schmid, try scorer for England under-18s at the weekend. After his exploits for Harlequins Academy in the season, so they've got some big talented players to look up to, these young lads. At the moment, first plate final, they're doing themselves and the school a credit, but Dame Allens, I'm sure those coaches are saying, let's get our hands on the ball, let's play in the right areas, because we've already shown what we can do when we get the chance. Well, no doubt I've been watching some of the other thrilling matches here on RE1 as well, that we've seen comebacks, we've seen nearly comebacks. No team is ever dead and buried at half-time at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, especially in a final with so much on the line. So the lads from the north will kick us off.
It's interesting you're talking about the players to look up to here, because of course, what an honour to be called up for England. Oh, where's that kickoff going to bounce? Oh, just inside the dead ball line. But there are the boys who are involved in the under-18s at the moment for England.
Well, this could be a score coast to coast. Epsom College, the coolest heads in southwest London, pressured in their dead ball area, utterly unflustered, finding the edge and finding the killer finish to stretch their lead. With this conversion, it'll go to 28, and for Dame Allens, it's a mountain to climb now in this plate final. Well, it's not the most aesthetically pleasing conversion that I've ever seen, but they all count.
They all count.
And look at this, look at this composure. Pressurised in the dead ball area, doesn't lose his head, arcs round, one pass into the hands of his centre, who feeds the speed, and off and away he goes for try number 4. Dame Allens go to the boot, but this time they find an Epsom sweeper. little change in defensive ploy from the Surrey school, from only up the road. And they're beginning to move through the gears. And this lad is moving through the gears. And he finds a support runner on his shoulder to finish the job. Epsom finding it all very, very enjoyable out there now in this second half, building a total and surely a championship lead.
Well, 33-5, it's a long way back now, 5 minutes to go, so important for Dame Allens to just try and restore some pride in this performance. They've had a fantastic couple of days, and they've edged past the likes of Bryn Killarnog and KCS Wimbledon.
Well, we've just witnessed a peach of a conversion as well there from Epsom. Yet to miss one, so up to 35 they go. Dame Allens pressed back and asked to attack from deep. They straighten the line, and that's a big shoulder to bounce off an Epsom defender. Dame Allens finding their rhythm, going to the edge. One more pass, foot race down the right flank, but a great tackle tight on the touchline, and one of his studs finds the paint.
So what I was going to ask you earlier, before Epsom very rudely interrupted by scoring a 100+ metre try. There are boys away in under-18s camp at the moment, which means they're not going to be able to play in their last ever Rosslyn Park Sevens, which is obviously an incredible honour to play for the 18s, but I bet there's a little bit of them that's absolutely gutted that they're not going to get the chance to run out with their mates one last time.
I would be absolutely gutted. I would genuinely be gutted. I think that Rosslyn Park is just one of those things that is lodged forever in your school rugby memories. No matter the tournament that you have, it's a rite of passage. And to miss your last one, albeit because you're representing a country, that is a tough one to take. And Epsom, well, they're showing their class here. Into play, inside balls, fizzed ones to the edge, looking really, really comfortable in possession. Wonderful sevens, taking the pace off it, darting back the other direction. But eventually they cough it up, and Dame Allens stick their head down. They're finding their offloading game. A few fresh faces bringing some good attacking energy to the contest.
Oh, that's a big challenge. Look, Dame Allens are a good team, and they've had a couple of fantastic wins. Really keen for them to finish this final strongly as well. Take some good memories away from it. It's not going to be a trophy for them today. But he stood up well in the tackle there, ridden that. Maybe a little bit too quick to go to the boot, especially when we know what's coming back the other way.
Oh, beautifully reeled in. Then he's the one who's reeled in with a good hit from Epsom. Penalty, can't pull him. And, well, Epsom definitely aren't back 10 there, so hopefully there's some advantage for Dame Allens as the tackle comes in, picked up wonderfully, low on the toes, at pace. Dame Allens might feel aggrieved that Epsom weren't back the 10 metres, but you can't argue with a pickup like that, at pace, as low as you get. Nicely done.
Yeah, my hamstrings are screaming at me just watching that. Awesome skills from these young men. 42-5. Yeah, one loose pass. As you mentioned, I think Epsom may be getting away with one there, but oh, that is sublime skill. Any age group, any level.
Closing moments of this plate final. The plate is heading down the road to Epsom College in Surrey, but these boys from Dame Allens have been well worth their wait throughout the festival, and they're going to finish with a flourish. A powerful try through the heart of the Epsom defence, all the way under the sticks. And maybe, looking at our clock, there might still be a little bit of meat left on the bone. There might be another opportunity for Dame Allens to get another one. but the referee says no. Epsom College, worthy winners of the plate competition. Dame Allen, worthy runners-up. But for the under-14 plate final, Dame Allen may have had the final say in the try-scoring stakes. But the final say on the scoreboard is Dame Allen's school 10, Epsom College 42. The plates at under-14s is going to Epsom.
Some that. That's going to be my shot. I'm going to start in sit tight on the cup with the writing on, and I'll.
The plate has been settled, but now it's time for the colleges. Wellington and Eton, they're up for the cup in the under-14 final here at Rosslyn Park. The two best sides in the competition finally meet. Wellington squeaked through their semi-final against the resurgent Radley. Well, for Eton College, it was a somewhat more comfortable affair, 26-5 against Cheltenham College in their semi-final. They've been supreme today. Big victories over Pryor Park College and good one against Rugby School as well. If I know anything about finals at under-14s level here at Rosslyn Park, we're in for a thriller.
Wellington have won 6 of their games over the 2 days by a converted score or less. These boys know how to win a war.
However, Eton, they have played some serious stuff. And if they spend a lot of time on the ball, then this is going to be a tough ask for Wellington.
Well, Eton last year made a final, and they came out second best to their old foes, Harrow. That was in a different age category, under 16s. How they would love their under 14 crop to come away with silverware, but they're up against a tough and dogged Wellington College in black, who don't support their body weight in that breakdown, but there are a few knock-ons before, so it means that we'll see our first scrum of the match. A lot of energy on the touchline here, a lot of eager eyes supporting and watching with great curiosity about which of these two great teams are going to come out on top, but just the tiniest of fumbles on the pickup mean that Wellington will get this put in on the second scrum.
This point of the day, it's as much about attrition as anything else, isn't it? How much more can you summon from your empty tank? Can you put the remaining fumes to use?
A real battle at the scrum. Beautiful pass off the floor to get the first receiver going, and Wellington arc through that little gap between centre and wing, and then they release their big man on the edge. Oh, I thought he'd been reeled in, but he had too much strength. He rides the challenge and then careers as close to the poles as he can. First score to Wellington.
Game IQ, absolutely massive from that young man. There'd have been the temptation to try and go around the outside. Knows exactly how quick he is, knows that maybe he's quick enough, maybe he's not, but he's definitely strong enough.
And the conversion added as well. You mentioned, Dave, about Wellington. 6 of their games they've won by a converted score or less. They know the importance of points.
Just this here. So he gets the fend out, looking for the offload, but then he knows he's strong enough and gets away.
The ability to carry the ball in one hand as well. And another good kickoff from Wellington, going over the front line of Eton, spinning them, and the touchline winning the race. So territorially, Wellington are playing in all the right areas of the pitch at the moment. And they've been rewarded with the first 7-pointer. Hungry defence, putting pressure on that Eton first receiver. They do come away, and they go on an arcing run of their own, almost through the gap, and the offload doesn't find the right pair of hands, but it does find the big rangy running hands of their edge runner. Wellington harrying hard and reading that pass almost perfectly. Offload squirts out forward, so we come back to the penalty.
Got eyes on this Eton bench down here, and when that pass went forward to a man, we had the double chicken wings on the heads. They knew that they were making bad decisions there, but I think it's Wellington in defence who are forcing those bad decisions, making good reads, the right man rushing out, applying the pressure.
Very animated Eton bench down here. They're living and dying with every tackle, every carry out there that their teammates are involved in, and on this occasion they're dying with the jackal of Wellington, who fascinatingly just popped this one into the corner for a line out on the 5 metre.
I'm here for it, why not?
Well, they have used that kicking game. They're happy to go to the aerial set piece, Wellington, and it's a combination of clock management. It absorbs a few players out of the attacking equation, and they go to the front. They give it to one of their powerful carriers who wrestles and rides and reaches for the line, and the fist pump tells you everything you need to know. He's across for the second try of the final, and both have gone to the men in black.
Love this from Wellington. Because when you go to the line out there, you think about a starter play, you think about some width, maybe a backs move to try and pull the defence across. Instead, they've kept it narrow, used the power. Unsuccessful conversion, but they will take the 5 points all day.
Well, this young man is a terrific kicker. He did miss it, but it's a beautiful strike, and his kickoffs are what's been putting Wellington under pressure. There you go, straight to the front, and it was a real fight with the light blue jerseys of Eton. Those light blue jerseys collect the kickoff this time, so time for Eton to enjoy a bit of time on the ball, albeit in their half. Wellington wingers definitely offside, but it doesn't matter because Eton are surging down the other flank, out the back door, test the hands, and here's a chance to see a bit of a foot race and a battle of the speedsters. Inside, outside, shrugs off the challenge. And that is an electric threat in sky blue right there. Eton with their first attacking sniff go round the outside. They find their way to underneath the uprights.
What a response, what a finish. Just wait for this conversion to be added. It is, that's an important 2 points. Might seem obvious, but we have seen those missed. Just the final defender there. He was in a good place. He jogged across because he thought he might be able to offer his man the outside. Let's watch the number 8 here as he tracks across. He could have committed a little bit more, but he thought, you know what, I'll offer him the outside, then bury him. But then that little last shimmy there. No, you're not getting near me, sunshine. Under the posts I go.
Great kick off, but beautifully picked off, and then the speculator is miraculously collected by his teammate. It looked like it was Eton's to claim, but they were sluggish to the bounce. Hands will do it for Wellington if they put the foot down and use the outside space. Instead, they weave back inside. Onto the toe they go. Cross field, almost into the hands. Well, that is the final act of a breathless first half of this cup final. Wellington lead at the break 12-7.
We were a catch away from 1 million views on TikTok there, Joe.
Well, we'll be doing a TikTok wrap-up of the day's action live this evening while you're doing the presentation ceremony, Dave. So that'll be a bit of fun. Make sure you tune in on TikTok at RPNS7S.
On all the socials, actually. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok.
Well, look at the intensity of the chat in the Wellington huddle. I'm loving the angles that we're getting this year. Loving sort of like the intimacy of it all. Getting right into the heart of the conversations that coaches and players are having alike.
What's brilliant about this, though, is it's Eton 7, Wellington 12. And we've got a final on our hands where both teams are in the game. Eton have only fired 1 shot. They've only touched the ball once, yet they find themselves only 5 points behind Wellington. Dominated possession. Won a couple of penalties. Had an unorthodox look at it. You know, that little cross kick over the top. If that lands, then they're 2 scores ahead. So they keep Eton guessing. Difficult to know how to defend them.
Eton are certainly going to be buoyed by the fact that they've been starved of possession in that first half, yet, as you said, one opportunity and they struck ruthlessly. So if they can get a bit more time on the ball, they'll be confident of getting back into this game. That's a big heavy shoulder to be running into, and the jackal is precise too. Tap and go, and off Eton go, heading towards the touchline, almost picked off, but Wellington weren't back 10. Eton looking to drive the tempo. Wellington under the pump early in this second half. Out to the try scorer, their flyer, who this time is wrapped right up the moment he gets the ball, but a little avenue down the short side, and an avenue of hope and ambition that is raced down Eton draw level, the kick to come. This final just slowly beginning to turn.
Getting tasty, isn't it? Really good finish as well. There's so much to like about these young players. And that makes it 12-12. He's missed the kick. But what I really love about this is once he's crossed the paint, he doesn't slow down. He knows there are defenders trying to keep him away from the posts, but he brings it in as close as he can. I mean, he may as well have dotted it down in the corner. Now the kick was missed, but... oh, that stop and go. Beats the last defender and then careers in.
Doesn't slow down, he speeds up. Facials all the way. We've got a final on our hands right here, and Wellington are pulling out all the tricks out the back door, and then the show and go, but his tiptoes tickle the touchline.
Touchy sent his flag flying there as well. It was like American football. There's a flag on the play. Into the pitch it goes.
Yeah. The assistant slightly losing his flag-bearing composure. It's all about composure for both these schools now. Wellington defensively so, as Eton come on the attack, the wrap around to their flyer and picked off expertly on the floor. The black and amber jerseys of Wellington, the under-14s looking to emulate the work of their under-18s last year.
Oof.
And a breakdown penalty will be just what Wellington ordered. They're still in their half. They're still trying desperately to break down this light blue defence, and maybe a bit of ball manipulation like that, and wizardry from the boot. Will it sit up? No. Forced to kick ahead. Desperate defence from Eton, who could turn that desperate defence into a try-scoring attack, but then managed across the touchline, ends to end. And still we're locked at 12 apiece.
How good was that little grubber? I thought it was going to sit up for him there. This game's so beautifully balanced, and Wellington using the kicking options really, really well. And they've got themselves in great field position here. Oh, not straight. Wounda.
Well, a scrum. Wellington are retreating because they think it's a free kick. We're going to have Eton throw in, and that is an interesting line-out setup. And that's why they go to the front on this occasion, just like Wellington did to them in a try-scoring sense. And that exaggerated jackal attempt wins the heart of the referee. Wellington, first time we're truly seeing them attack near the Eton 22. Keeping the ball alive before going to the boot. Once again, it just about works out for them again. Good jackal technique. Painting good pictures for the referee. 3 minutes remaining. Nerves beginning to jingle and jangle for Eton and Wellington players alike.
Yeah, Wellington. Oh, is this kick going to find touch? No! That is a big miss. But Wellington, they've just been a bit too keen to go to the boot, I think. It's worked well for them a couple of times, but...
well, this fractured field could work out well for them. What a ball over the top. Again, they go to the boot, but that is completely miscued, and he acknowledges to his teammates immediately. He could feel the breath of the Eton defender down the back of his neck as he closed in. I wonder if he'd stuck to his guns. It was a matter of who the lactic would hit first there.
Which is why I wonder why he's gone to the boot there, because if you're not going to win the foot race with the ball in your hand, what makes you think you're going to be quicker than the guy once you're chasing after it? Maybe you're looking for a bit of a bounce of the ball. You can see him there wearing number 7. He's just given himself a little knock to the head there. Can't beat himself up about it. He's just got to wash it off and go again. There are still 2 minutes of this brilliant final to go.
Free kick to Eton. 90 seconds left on the clock. Not a point between these two colleges who've battled to get to this point. They continue to battle into the dying embers of this cup final. Down the short side once again. Eton poke their head. Wellington wise to it on this occasion. Fearsome contest at that breakdown. Wellington looking to disrupt. Oh, but as they fly up, a big bang off the left foot of the Eton first receiver. He goes weaving, he goes slaloming, dummying. Is this going to be an unbelievable individual try? But no, they recycle. The big carry, the bounce, and he drops it on the line. Heroic defence at the death from Wellington. It all seems set for Eton to snatch it with that score. Incredible drama as Eton are back in possession, 7 metres from the line. They dart back down that short side, they offload out the back. Wellington swarming and, well, Wellington almost jackling. They're a little bit light on numbers out wide as well. If Eton can find the passes, they straighten up and they get lassoed and almost lose the ball heading to the floor. Who's going to step up with the big cup-winning moment?
Clock's red.
Wellington penalised, clock red. Numbers out wide, but
knocked on.
Knocked on.
Oh, the referee's reaching for a card here. This bad news for Wellington.
So Eton down to 6. Surely the final play. Eton with the numerical advantage. Cool heads will win this one for the sky blue jerseyed Eton College. They give it to the man who got them back on the board, who goes pirouetting out of 2 tackles, 1 metre shy. They pick and go and they get wrapped up. Is it stolen? No, says the referee. A show and not, and he gets it to the line. He wrestles his way across the paint, and is that a cup-winning score?
Absolutely astonishing. It was gutsy from Wellington in defence, wasn't it? But they kept infringing, they were punished, and let's not forget that Eton have come from behind to lead in this final. Will we restart?
Drama at the death, and an under-14 cup final for the ages. Scenes of jubilation for the sky blue jersey Eton College. They trailed to a brilliant Wellington who started fast. They got their 2 scores, but minute by minute Eton worked their way back into the game. They applied immense pressure on the Wellington line, who stood resolute for so long, but eventually their resolve cracked, and Eton College, the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens under-14 Cup champions, with a 17-12 victory over Wellington College.
Why, what's happening with the weather?
please give a huge round of applause for everyone who's made today happen, whether it's been players, coaches, supporters, and of course the brilliant team here behind the National School Sevens. 3 days in, 2 to go, and I think you'll all agree that we're having a fantastic tournament so far. The tournament splits into 2, and I think if you watch those finals, then you'll have seen that the under-14s competition is fantastic. So moving forward, the 16s and 18s will be in great hands. The first award we're going to be giving is for the plate winners. First of all, a shout out to Dame Allens, who unfortunately have moved along, but they had a brilliant tournament, but they came second behind a wonderful Epsom College. 42-10 in the final to cap off an incredible couple of days rugby. And to receive the plate, your champions, Epsom College. You don't get your hands on it yet, young man. Well, it was 42-10 in the final, however, 19-17 against Taunton and 20-17 against Bedford. They saved their best performance until last. And now the under-14s plate will be presented by the RFU's Junior Vice President, Rob Udwin. Congratulations to your plate champions, Epsom. Congratulations, Epsom. Very, very well played indeed. Well, before we move on to the cap runners-up and the cap champions, it is time to announce the limitless top try scorer for the under-14 boys tournament. We had to count back because there's some serious tries scored, but the top try scorer is also the player of the tournament, and it is Eton's Max Bracken-Smith. The award will be presented by Kate Hayward from Limitless. Your Limitless top try scorer and player of the tournament, Max Bracken-Smith. And now we move on to the under-14s Cup final. One for the ages. I think you'd all agree. I think any time you've got two great teams who go head-to-head and it goes down to the wire, then before we get anyone up on stage, we need to give a huge round of applause for the two teams that left it all out there in that under-14s Cup final. It was 19-12 in the end, and the runners-up had 7 of their games decided by one converted score or less. It was an incredible cup run, and hopefully when they look back at their silver medals, it'll put a smile on their face and realise that it was a legendary performance that wasn't quite good enough to lift the trophy, but it was good enough to leave with a medal, and certainly the respect of everyone here at Rosslyn Park. Your under-14 Cup runners-up, Wellington. Once again, congratulations on a phenomenal performance for the Cup runners-up, Wellington.
lot to say about the champions then. They had to come from behind to win in the final. They were camped on the line, but they found a way to cap off 2 superb days and to go one better than the older lads who lost in a final last year. They'll get the championship trophy, they'll get the gold medals, and they will get the glory. Your under-14 Cup champions, Eton. And once again, to present the trophy, please welcome the RFU's Junior Vice President, Rob Udwin, who is presenting the trophy to the captain of the under-14s Cup champions, Eton. Well, huge congratulations then to Epsom and to Eton, and that draws a close to day 3 here at the National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park. Those boys are probably going to continue celebrating, and who can blame them? However, I'm going to step out, leave them to smile, and leave you to enjoy the rest of your evening. Whether you've stuck around for the presentations here in the venue, or whether you've watched from home, we get underway at 10 o'clock tomorrow. The final 2 days of this great competition. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.